These are the names of lecturers. Now this video will show you plenty of interesting activities.
Kadang-kadang mau tarik teuing.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Fernanda Feviani and I'm from 7B.
Don't hesitate to get in touch with the ELESP. Come and visit our website and Instagram for more information and interesting activities. Go grab your dictionary and learn a beautiful English language.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Hello friends and welcome to English Language Education Study Program located on FKIP, Pakuan University. This study program has competent experts which consist of lecturers and the staffs. It has some academic facilities as well, such as regular English classroom, micro-teaching laboratory, and other rooms including English language laboratory and the study program's room itself. Now, this video is keen to inform you about the vision and the mission of English Language Education Study Program, or well known as ELESP, to acquaint you with English lectures and to show the study program's activities. The vision. The missions. These are the names of lecturers. Now this video will show you plenty of interesting activities. Don't hesitate to get in touch with the ELESP. Come and visit our website and Instagram for more information and interesting activities. Go grab your dictionary and learn a beautiful English language.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So all participants, good morning. Okay, now before we start our event, I would like to share the rule of conduct of this event. So this is the rule of conduct of this event, ELESP Community Service Code of Conduct. Okay, so access to Zoom will be opened 15 minutes before the event starts. Participants' IDs in this event must use real names, not device names or nicknames. The format is name, institution. For example, Poppy Sofia Hidayati _ FKIP Unpad. Be polite and behave politely when the event is held. Participants are strongly expected to mute the audio during the event. All participants can ask questions via the chat feature by typing asking, then presenting the name, institution, and the question briefly. Participants will get certificate after filling out an exit ticket 10 minutes before the closing of the event. Before the third session, or around 11 a.m., the link for attendance and materials presented will be announced in the chat room. Thank you. Okay, everyone, it has been 8 a.m. Yes, so the event will start very soon. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, the Dean of FKIP Universitas Pakuan, Dr. Entis Sutisna MPD. Your Excellency, the Vice Dean of Academic and Students Affairs, Bapak Sandi Budiana MPD. Your Excellency, the Vice Dean of Financial and Human Resources Affairs, Ibu Dr. Surti Kurniasih MSI. Your Excellency, our keynote speakers for today's event, Bapak Eri Kurniawan MA PhD and Ibu Dr. Randa Ati Herawati MPD. Your Excellency, all of the structural officials of FKIP Universitas Pakuan, all of the lecturers, the committee, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A very good morning to you all. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone in this meeting for allocating time in your busy schedule to attend this event of English Language Education Study Program Community Service. The topic that we will discuss today is empowering innovative educators to design resourceful materials. Therefore, from the bottom of my heart and all those involved in organizing this webinar, I would like to say thank you very much. Before we move right along, let us all stand up to sing our national anthem. Yet, you are expected to mute your audio. To the committee, please provide the video of our national anthem. Thank you. Thank you, and please be seated. Next, I would like to invite the Dean of FKIP Universitas Pakuan, Bapak Dr. Entis Sutisna MPD, to provide his speech and officially open this event. To Mr. Sutisna, the floor is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofi al-mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Okay, good morning everybody. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everyone of you being here with us today. And we are pleased to welcome you all this occasion of English Language Education Study Program Community Service webinar. And I would like also appreciate our speaker today, Bapak Eri Kurniawan, MA PhD. Welcome to FKIP Universitas Pakuan, Bapak Eri from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And I would like to appreciate Ibu Ati Herawati MPD is an internal speaker, and she is an expert of English specific purposes. Okay, our topic today's webinar is empowering innovative educators to design resourceful material. No days with creative and no days without critical thinking. This topic is crucial because most of participants here, there are, when I see there are maybe more than 200 participants here, and this topic is crucial. Teachers today, not only become evaluator. So the teacher must be designer today, and they involve every day in matching material to the need of their learners. However, he is the expert designer. Tom Linson mentioned that very few books and had been published on material development. Hence, the discussion on how to develop material is very necessary. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this agenda not only a webinar, but also a language service for the teachers, especially for vocational school teachers and senior high school teachers. In the last activities, the supervisor who involves lecturers and student teacher will guide and share how to develop teaching material. And the material which are developed today must be solution how to develop teaching material in the disruption era. Teaching material for online learning, but synchronous and asynchronous. And the material must be uploaded into LMS or learning management system or web meeting using teleconference. The teachers today is not only to be curriculum executor or evaluator in the classroom, but also must be material designer. And I hope this webinar and language service can be trigger for all of us to be designer in the developing teaching materials. Okay, considering the importance of this material, I suggest that all of you should pay attention to the content delivered by both of the speaker, Ibu Ati and Bapak Eri. Well, I don't want to take too much for your time. I hope this activity is fruitful and full of learning, also fun of learning. Okay, for a webinar today with Basmala officially open. Thank you very much. Akhirul kalam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the speech and also the opening this event. Ladies and gentlemen, for the smoothness of this event, let us pray together. The prayer will be led by Edwin. So Edwin, please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Wassalatu
wabarakatuh.
ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, segala puji untukmu, pemelihara alam semesta. Segala puji atas karunia dan kenikmatan yang kau limpahkan kepada kami. Segala puji atas keagunganmu, kemuliaanmu, dan kekuasaanmu. Hari ini kami berkumpul di sini dalam acara webinar ELSP. Lancarkanlah acara kami, berkahilah, penuhilah pertemuan ini dengan kebaikan dari awal hingga akhir nanti. Allahumma nawwir qulubana binuri hidayatika kama nawwarta quluba ulama'ika ya arhamar rahimin. Wassalatu ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
For leading us. Yeah. For the prayer. Okay. Now we move on to the main session. This session will be led by Miss Asih Wahyuni. Miss Wahyuni is one of the lecturers of our study program who teaches English for specific purposes. Miss Asih Wahyuni will lead this discussion with Bapak Eri Kurniawan, MAPN. So Miss Wahyuni, time is on your side.
Thank you, Bu Isti. Good morning, Bapak dan Ibu. Welcome to the first session of ELSP Community Service webinar. I'm Asih Wahyuni, the moderator for this session. Bapak dan Ibu, I'm pleased to introduce you to Bapak Eri Kurniawan, MA, PhD, the first speaker of our webinar. Welcome to Unpak Online, Pak Eri. Nice to see you online. Bapak dan Ibu, before the session begins, let me read the CV of Pak Eri. Let's meet his academic description. Pak Eri is well known for his activities in English language and letters. Pak Eri earned his master's degree and PhD degree in linguistics as well in Iowa University, US. He is now entitled the head of English language and letters at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Pak Eri is doing a lot of academic works and publications throughout his career. There are 7 areas of his academic works too. The experience, starting from 2005 to present, he has actively worked as a lecturer and researcher at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. The professional duties he has played role as reviewers and at national and international journals. Here are the journals he has actively reviewed recently. Journal Sociotechnology Sintatu and Franciola, starting from 2018 to present. Journal of English Language Studies, Sinta 5, and starting from 2019 to present. And Journal of Language and Education, Scopus Q3 in 2020, and so on and so forth. The award he was granted for numbers of awards starting from 2002 to 2015. There are so many awards, Bapak dan Ibu. And he has published his academic work starting from 2000 to 2020. The publication, what is that, in Asian ESP, Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics, Journal of Language Studies, Journal of Social Sciences and Humanities, and so on and so forth. Dealing with the proceeding, he also has worked in numbers of proceeding through his career. And dealing with the books, here are the books has written by Paeri. The first one, English for Army. This is English textbook for peacekeepers. Effective English. This is English textbook for junior high school. The next one, Effective English. This is English textbook for primary students. The next, English for vocational purposes. This is English textbook for vocational high school students, and a book entitled Writing for General Communication, English textbook for university students, English textbook for grade 8. This is a book for students grade 10. And the last, Let's Study English. This is English textbook for junior high school students. Dealing with the research projects, Bapak dan Ibu, there are so many research projects experienced or engaged with Paeri throughout his career. And the latest project is entitled Documenting an Endangered Indonesian Language of the Baduy Dalam. This project is funded by National Science Foundation, USA. Okay, and there are so many projects also funded to Paeri, Bapak dan Ibu. I can read since we have a limited time of session. And before further ado, Bapak dan Ibu, I would like to welcome Paeri Kurniawan, MA, PhD. Paeri will have a 60-minute presentation and a 20-minute question and answer session. Sure, we will all enjoy listening to his presentation. Paeri, time is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, Paeri.
All right.
It's clear.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alladzi arsala rasulahu bil huda wa dinil haqq liyudhhirahu 'ala dini kulli walau karihal kafirun. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa la syarika lahu wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan 'abduhu wa rasuluh la nabiyya ba'da. Amma ba'd. First of all, I'd like to extend sincere appreciation and gratitude to the Dean and all the lecturers at UNPAC for having me here. I was contacted by ISTI last year, I guess, and inquired whether I would be willing to partake in this event. My first inclination was to actually decline, because somehow in terms of the scope or the theme of the event, it went beyond my expertise. But after a careful thought, there is something that I would like to share based on my experience of writing books. So Bapak Ibu, if you look at my profile or my curriculum vitae, I'm not actually in educational domain. I'm a lecturer at English language and literature. My area revolves around linguistics, the scientific study of language, and it's been long that I haven't, seriously done anything on English language teaching. And so, but I'm a teacher myself. I teach English courses to my students, ranging from undergraduate and then graduate and postgraduate. And so what I'd like to share with you today is more of what I've learned and what I've done throughout my career as a textbook writer. Hopefully you guys can learn something out of it. Let me share the screen. Can you hear my? Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Alright.
yes, Pak Eri.
Yes, sir.
So the title of my talk today is ESP material development, which will focus more on some theoretical underpinning behind how to best develop ESP material. My name is Eric Kurniawan. So again, let me briefly introduce myself. And this was me in my first life.
Great,
Right.
great to
So
see.
I was an actor in my first life, but then I got cursed. And, here I was in my second life.
Okay.
Still, I was an actor, and then
Uh-huh.
I changed my career as a politician toward the end of my second life, and here I am now.
Yeah. now I believe in you.
All right. So I've had 3 lives so far. Okay. Just to break the ice. Okay. So
That's
you guys
right.
are not too tense listening to me. I'm an assistant professor at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I'm based in English language and linguistics, or English language and literature program. I teach English related courses from grammar to writing, and then seminar or research on linguistics and literature, and then several linguistic courses like syntax, morphosyntax. I also teach linguistics at the master's level or master's program at UPI, and also I teach at the postgraduate program or doctoral program at UPI. So somehow, in terms of my pedagogical experiences, my teaching experiences range from teaching primary school students, junior high school students. I was a junior high school teacher back in 1999 and to 2000, I guess. And then I also once taught for immigrants in the United States, those who came to the States without any proper, knowledge and skills in English. I teach many different levels from undergraduate to postgraduate. I also teach English to peacekeepers or army of different ranks, and so somehow I've had the luxury of interacting with a wide range of people, and that's something that I've been so much grateful for. Right now, I'm assigned as the head of English language and literature program at my university. Educational wise, I graduated from OP back in 2004. And then in 2007, wait, hold on. Yeah, in 2007, I went to the United States to pursue my master's degree at the University of Iowa in linguistics, and I also did my PhD at the same university. Bapak Ibu, this is one of the books that I wrote for vocational school students back in 2016. This was a book that was written under some sort of textbook writing model or buku model. So back then, the government launched an initiative to provide so-called templates, and so somehow they invited teachers and lecturers to write textbooks of all levels, from primary to senior high school, from general to vocational. And later the book would serve as the template or the model for other textbook writers from commercial publishers. And so I was selected as one of the writers, and this is one of the books. Just for your information, Bapak Ibu, I was also a vocational school student back in 1996. So I went to Bandung to further my education at vocational high school of tourism industry, majoring in hotel. So I spent 3 years learning about how to serve people, how to to make bed, how to clean the toilet, and how to do all the hotel stuff typically do. And so I somehow have some knowledge and background in vocational education. All right. Aside from that, I also wrote a number of other books for primary school to senior high school. And to be honest with you, this passion of book writing is a way of paying forward, because I don't involve so much in teaching in my career here. And so when I was writing my first book, I said to myself, I had to contribute to doing something that would be helpful for education. I was thinking of writing textbooks. Somehow, if I talk too much about linguistics, very few people will understand, right? But if I could somehow utilize my linguistic knowledge to design books that I think are quite ideal, then at least there's something that I can contribute to English teaching. So that was my very motivation why I wrote a number of books. Bapak Ibu, let's do some warm-up before we talk about how to design materials. I would like you to do a quick survey. So I would like you to open your browsers, and on your browser search, please type in www.menti.com. And once you're there, you can enter the code 3154243. Hold on, let me share the screen. All right. Can you see my browser's display? Oh, some of you are there already. Good. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. All right. Seems that the second candidate is about to win. Okay. Bu, if I may ask, in terms of our audience composition, the- what is the majority? Who is the majority of the audience? Are the teachers or students?
Teachers from vocational school, and then teachers from senior high school, and then the following is the next what is it called? The other presenters are from students and also our lecturers
All right, all right.
and lecturers from other universities too.
So such a nice combination. All right, and we have about over 100, right? Okay. So the numbers are coming in, and I guess candidate number 2 is about to win this quick election. So we will see till the numbers reach about 80. Okay, all right. So up to this junction, most of you haven't had an experience of tailoring ESP materials for your students, which is okay. And I guess this particular event is a good start. Okay. I guess the pattern is quite settled, right? So the majority haven't had any experience of designing their own materials for their students. Okay, Bapak Ibu, let's move on to the next slide. I guess on your Menti browsers, you should be able to see the next slide. Can you see that? Hold on, let me open it. All right, so just move to the next slide. And what I'd like you to do here is I'd like you to just share your thoughts or share your expectations from my talk so that I know what you expect, and somehow, I will do my best to cater to your expectations. All right. Getting new insight on how to design teaching materials, good. Getting more information about how to make ESP material, good. Be able to create my own ESP materials for my vocational students, good. Good for you. To know deeply about how to design the material, good. Design how to make a good material, yep. Get motivated. Yeah, I think you are in the right place. I hope I can motivate you to begin writing my own material, and then explain the ESP clearly. I guess that goes a bit beyond the scope of our talk. Bu Isti and team, I guess, can help you later with that. And then sharing experience in making teaching design material, good. Designing teaching materials for ESP and distance learning. That's a good one, especially in this pandemic time. Get information how to make a good ESP, some tricks and tips to make materials more interesting. I don't think we can touch on that in this short session, but you guys are in the right hand, so Wisti and team will provide some, I guess, hands-on presentation on how to design interesting ESP materials. I like to have some knowledge and practice how to design and develop ESP material. Okay. Oh my goodness. Who wrote this? Expectations sometimes hurts our hearts. All right, all right. At least you may expect to know me more, okay? Expect nothing but learning. Okay, thank you. Um, and I can gauge your age from how you write because I'm I'm a rhetoric researcher. Uh, get insight to write book. Okay, I guess this one prominent features of an ally folk, right? They cannot write with proper spaces. Have we just mistypos? Uh, all right, some insight and information on how to design. Okay. Next, experience teaching and develop material for the students. Okay. Knowing more about ESP materials, good. Knowing information on how to design material. All right, and like to get some interesting method in learning online. I guess that is outside of the scope of our talk. And then to create my own ESP materials. Okay. To know more how to design the teaching material. Yeah. English teaching material. Okay. And good. I like to give my students the materials that suit their major. Good. All right. Insight, interesting material designed. All right. How to make lesson design. Good. English is not my basic, neither my major in uni. So hopefully by joining this webinar, I will get more motivation to learn English. Okay, I pray for you. Okay, get the information based on your experiences. All right. The most important thing is experience, especially from my own position, because now I'm a teacher. All right. Any more? Create proper module for students. Good. This is something that we may touch on this talk. Okay, good. All right. I guess your writings will be stored online, and I'll download all the responses, and we'll send all the responses to the committee. And so, if you want to read more of what others are saying, you can just contact the company. Okay. Bapak Ibu, as I said before, I majored in English education, but I'm not. I don't delve, further in English teaching pedagogy myself. But let me be frank with you. The very first experience writing a book was not because I was a good teacher or I wanted to design teaching materials that suit my students' needs. In fact, at that time, I was a new teacher, a new lecturer in my department, and I received an offer from a publisher. And it was a crazy offer because I had to write 3 books in 2 weeks. But I was much younger than I am now. So I had all the energy. I slept only for a couple hours every day to finish the project. Thanks God I had a number of friends who helped me with the project. And you can imagine I didn't have any experience writing books. I don't teach in schools, and yet I had to write books for junior high schools at that time. And so I did first was I browsed the literature. I learned how to what the steps are to craft materials, And so I was learning as I was writing. But as I mentioned just now, I was much younger when I wrote my first book, and so I had all the energy, all the motivation, and most of all, my biggest motivation was the money, because I was a very young lecturer, and I wanted to somehow start saving for my marriage and to build a house. But um, it, book writing is kind of addictive in a way, because once you manage to pull off writing a book, you want to write other books or more books, especially after hearing some positive responses from teachers or from students. I went to Ternate with Puskur book back in 2016 after I wrote my book, and it was quite flattering to receive firsthand how teachers perceive and react to my books. And so that's something that someday, if you write a book, you will receive. So it's not simply a matter of receiving, let's say, money or incentives from writing books, but most importantly, I guess, as a teacher, um, what is most rewarding is you receive feedback, right? Reactions, positive reviews from those who use the book, and that kind of feeling is priceless. And I hope for those who haven't had any experience of designing or crafting materials, don't start thinking about writing a book, because that's too much to handle. For starters, just start thinking about writing a chapter, for example, right? Or a topic, for example. It would be difficult to start, but once you get the hang of it, right, you start to understand how to structure the materials, how to choose or to find sources, for example, and how to combine many different sources available to you, then the next step will come much easier. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the PowerPoint. Oh, that's not it. There you go. All right, Bapak Ibu, let's first talk about this. Should we develop our own teaching materials? It's a question that I think some may have wondered from early on, right? If we can make the best use of the textbook available to us, online or offline, even provided by the school, um, is there a necessity for us to create our own materials? That seems too much of work, right? So somehow, quite interestingly, experts are split, are torn in this notion. So experts like Hutchinson and Waters believe that, if you have materials already, existing materials, then designing your own teaching materials is the last option, meaning that you have to assess your situation. If you teach in a context where the textbook are not available, then you have to design your own material. But if you teach in a context where lots of books are out there, then you just have to choose which one suits your needs, right? So that's basically what Hutchinson and Waters point out. By contrast, experts like Busterman and Val, 2018, believe that in terms of ESP context, English for specific purposes, even though we may see lots of books out there, commercially available or even provided by the government, um, these books tend to be quite irrelevant to the needs of our learners, right? And we'll see why that happens. Okay, and so then the question is, why are relevant books so scarce? Why is it hard for us to find good books that are suitable for our students, right? According to Marjanovics, the problem is books that are written, that are published by commercial publishers, right? Which are everywhere in our country, right? I once worked for a publisher in Bogor, actually, and so Effective English and some other books are published in Bogor. And so publishers are everywhere, and they provide books and other products to schools across the country. But in the minds of publishers, ESP books are not that profitable. Why? Because ESP is such a limited domain in English teaching, right? So if we compare the amount of needs, or let's say the amount of potential market between general English and ESP, then I believe we all agree general English is much more profitable. Why? Because the market is such a huge market, right? And so you are targeting such a huge market if you are publishing things on general English, but the same is not true of ESP. And so that's the reason why ESP related books are not that readily available, because publisher don't think that it will make such a good profit. Even if the books are there, I believe some books are there, and Puskur Book has also launched some initiative to provide books which you can access right for free electronically. These books were written or were designed based on market needs, not based on your students' need. And so that is something that we also have to think about. So as a teacher, what we have in mind is what our students need, right? Which to a great extent may vary, may be different from what the other students need. The very needs of my students may be different from the needs of Buistis students or your students, right? Why? Because my students come from different contexts, coming with different linguistic backgrounds, right? And many other economic and social variables. And so what they eventually need might be different from what your students need. And so it is quite hard then to design materials that will please or suit everyone. That is why commercial publishers will aim to write books based on market needs, not based on student needs. Of course, to some extent, market needs may coincide with students' needs, okay, but not necessarily all the time. And even if suitable books are available, if you dig deeper online, for example, you may find some ESP books that are quite good, published by foreign publishers. But of course, they are not easy to get, and what is more, they are not affordable to buy, especially for our students, right? So these among the challenges that we have to face, especially teacher. Now, knowing all that background in mind, and somehow you start thinking, Okay, if that's the problem, if that's the challenge, and I think I'm up for a challenge, I will start considering making my own materials, because as a teacher, I'm responsible for the success of my students, right? If not you, who else? And so, knowing all the problems that we have talked earlier, then one may wonder, what are the benefits of writing my own materials? Um, One is, if you design your own module, or your own chapter, your own book, right? Um, the reputation of the school, or you including, will be enhanced, right? Um, Bapak Ibu, aside from being the head of study program, I also oversee the so-called lab schools. So I'm one of the so-called Badan Pengembang Sekolah. So I'm in charge of overseeing how schools under UPI, or lab school, from kindergarten to senior high school, implement the curriculum. And so sometimes, a teacher comes to me and asks, like, why don't we design our own materials, for example? Because up to now, the schools always buy books from publishers, and some teachers, I guess, if I challenge the teachers to design their own materials, most teachers will be ready to take up the challenge. Um, Even compare what happens in lab school and what happens in other schools. And they even present me with some sample of a module devised by teachers in other school. And um, it gives a very different impression. And so if I am a parent wanting to send my kids to school, I would prefer to see, or to send my kids to a school that has everything ready. And if I have to compare, let's say, school A and school B, and one of the distinction is school A has its own modules that uh, were designed by its own teachers. As a parent, I would choose school A. Why? Because somehow, first of all, teachers had the initiative, right, to start thinking about how to best cater, how to best accommodate students' needs. And secondly, the school has a system to organize teachers to design module. And so, in a way, writing your own materials, especially when this initiative is organized by the school, it will enhance the reputation of the school and you yourself. And then, as ESP teachers, I believe you understand, if we can tailor our materials to the needs of our students, if we can make our materials highly relevant to the needs and the wants of our students, then we are actually increasing the potential success of learning, right? Because what our students receive is something that is immensely, relevant and useful for them, right? Something that really talks to them, not something that is quite far, right? And finally, it will also foster your teacher professional development. Talking about portfolio, for example, having this experience of writing a module or a book will, of course, foster your professional outlook. Okay. All right. Now, moving to some scenarios, like when and how to develop materials. So, first scenario, if you happen to teach in a context where lots of books are available out there, then you can, pick and choose. Um, just, gather all the materials and then you pick and choose which books suits your needs, and you may pick like a chapter from this book or two from the other book, um, and of course the main criteria here is suitability to the student's needs, right? So that's the first scenario. The second one is if you find if you happen to teach in a context where books are not that available, even if they are some, they are not that relevant, then you may adapt from existing materials. So that's one choice. So from the available books you can uh, somehow browse what they are offering, and you pick and choose which topics are relevant, and you may make some changes or adaptations based on or the context that you are teaching. Okay, or alternatively, you can write from scratch, right? And of course, this is such a huge undertaking, right, or a huge project on your own. Of course, you can do it with theme in school. Um, and the last scenario, of course, this is not all scenarios that we can think of. If you happen to teach in a context where available books are there, you have a variety of choices you can make, but you need some supplements. You need some additional materials. For example, in these pandemic times, you need some additional materials for your students' projects or for out of class activities, and so that's right. That's what probably one of the reasons why you can start writing your own materials. Okay. All right, moving on to main principles. So, what should we consider when we start writing our own materials? Um, Bapak Ibu, the first thing that you should keep in mind is whatever you use for teaching, you have to make sure that your materials suit your teaching philosophy. For example, in our current curriculum, which is heavily text-based, right? Um, um, if you, for example, if you find a book that is a bit all over the place in terms of materials, in terms of organization, um, the book somehow has some communicative language teaching there, and then some grammar also is there, and some text. Then you might somehow uh, reconsider using that book for your own purpose. Why? Because it won't suit your philosophy, right? And so even if books are there readily available for you to choose, you have to find one that really fits your teaching philosophy, right? If you approach English teaching, especially in the context of ESP, for example, through the lens of authentic teaching, then you have to find books that really use authentic materials. So that's something that you have to bear in mind. And then when you later develop your own materials, you have to make sure that there is some flexibility. There is some room for your students, for other teachers to give feedback, so then your books or your materials will keep improving in quality. And the next one, Bapak Ibu, um, your materials will be most effective when they fit the needs of students in many ways, in their language difficulties, for example. Um, in this sense, then, if teacher A writes a book for his or her own context, it is likely that his book or her book may not be suitable to be used in context B or in teacher B or in school B. Why? Because one of the assumption is I write this chapter, I write this module based on what I know about my students, right? Based on the difficulties that they are facing, based on the objectives that I set, and based on the learning styles that they have. And all this will vary from one school to another. And so then in this case, designing your own material is most necessary, because you want to make sure that your materials uh, really speak to your students, especially in this regard, difficulties, objectives, and learning styles.
Pak Eri, deeply
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. The presentation is about 10 minutes to go.
All right. All right. All right. And
Thank you.
to speed up. Thank you so much. All right. And then the next thing is you know and understand your students best, right? And so given that background, you know what materials suit your students' needs. Okay. And then you also need some basic knowledge and training in writing materials. And I guess your participation in this event is a good starting point, right? Because you start to realize how important it is to write your own materials, and you start learning how to do it. All right, issues to consider. The target topic. So what topics to provide for your students? You can look at the curriculum and choose the ones that suit your needs, and then the relevance of the topic to the context and the needs of your students, and then your knowledge about the topic, right? You cannot write something that you don't know. And then the students expected knowledge, so you have to do some sort of a survey to know what your students expect from the materials. And then the target language conventions in terms of grammar, for example, language use. And then the learning goals, right? What you expect, what do you expect your students to get out of this? And then materials, right? Whether you can get available books for you to consider, or you can access some online materials. And then if any required teaching equipment, for example, if it is a digital book, you have enough equipment, for example, to do so. Time allocation, whether your materials are classroom oriented or provide projects. Okay. And then also your knowledge and experience is something we have touched, and suitability of materials to course syllabus. You have to keep this in mind. Make sure that your materials are in line with what you write in the course syllabus. And then, as we mentioned earlier, your materials should allow flexibility or modification, right? So that the quality of the materials will improve as the time flies. And then somehow you also have to think about providing a template so that other teachers or less experienced teachers can also, chip in and also collaborate with you. And so this is something that you have to do in collaboration. Okay. All right. So what makes a good learning materials? First one is novelty. You have to provide, make sure that there is something new that you provide. And then there is a variety of topics and a variety of materials, a variety of visuals, right? And attractiveness. You have to make sure that your materials are attractive enough, right? In terms of layout, in terms of the choice of topics, in terms of text, right? Um, Next one, you have to help your students feel at ease. So when they use the materials, for example, in this distance learning, you have to make sure that they don't struggle understanding your topics. They can follow your topics and the activities at ease. And then you have to also make sure that they feel confident as they're using the materials, right? It should be relevant, of course, and useful. You have to make sure that the materials expose your students to language use, right? Um, and it should also maximize your students' learning potential. Okay. All right. Now, what to do? there is this five-step sequence offered by Tomlinson. First one is identification. So you can conduct a question. You can spread a questionnaire or conduct an interview to really find out what is needed by involving stakeholders. And then the second one is explorations. You start to explore what resources I can access, what language skills, what language forms, what functions. And then the next one is contextual realization. What text, what context, and you have to really know this because otherwise you will design materials that are not suitable to the context that you are teaching. And then pedagogical realization, what activities, tasks, right? In what way, in what order. And finally, physical production, layout, types of text, types of fonts, right? Kind of visuals, digital or non-digital. All right, some other sequences, pretty much the same thing, identifying students' needs, deciding on language context, and deciding on the categories for presenting the language. What grammar, what function, and what I did when I was writing my book, the very first thing is I made a map, a map of topics, a map of grammatical areas, a map of language function, a map of vocabulary, and so on and so forth. So when I start writing each chapter, I can always refer to that map as a guidance. All right, pretty much the same thing, right? In terms of sequences, one thing that is different from the previous one is designing the syllabus. I guess as a teacher, you already have that one, right? And so you just have to consult to the syllabus when you are designing materials. Okay. Um, and then another one is piloting. So when you have one ready, just throw it to the market. I mean, like give it to your students and see what they think, how they respond, right? So then you can start collecting feedback. From the feedback that you receive, you can revise your material, and you can use the material in other contexts or for other students, and you can get another round of feedback from other students, teachers, and other stakeholders. And so at the end of the day, your materials will be ready. All right. So just to sum up, so some key steps: identifying needs analysis. That the first thing you need to do, determining the course content, right, in terms of what text, in what way, and so on and so forth. Writing syllabus, and then developing authentic materials, right? Accessing available materials and choose which ones you want to use, and decide which activities, and finally evaluating materials of the course. Okay. Um, let me give you a sample. This is something that I extracted from Vortex and Florida. So, for example, in their context, they were designing materials for students of medical major, um, perhaps in our context like SMF, right? So this one example of students need. The students need to improve their reading comprehension skills. For example, getting an idea, drawing inferences, distinguishing facts from opinions. And the students need to strengthen their oral and written communication skills. So these some of the students' needs that they get from identifying what their students really want in their context, right? Students of medical major. And then establishing objectives as part of the syllabus to help students cope with the reading of medical cases, such as documents, journal articles, right? And to help students improve their skills in listening to lectures, interpreting medical text, and giving oral and written reports. So that's part of the objective. And then you then later try to find a model. Here's one that they use. So in terms of organizing materials, they start with opener first, and then input, comprehension check, vocab, language practice tasks. There are so many models out there that you can adopt. One that I use lately is the text-based or genre-based and scientific approach, right? But just pick and choose the available models for you to adopt. So that means the first part of the book is going to be opener, right? And then it will move on to input and so on and so forth. All right. So this is an example of an opener. So the topic is about allergy, and so the chapter or the module starts with this question: do you know what an allergy is? So if you are a teacher, you know what to do, right? So you can open your class with these questions, okay? And then input. So that's the next step. So you provide a spoken input or a written input. In this case, reading passage. Topics about allergy. So perhaps it's a descriptive text about allergy, right? And next is comprehensive check or some follow-up task to make sure that your students understand what the text is about, right? It could be in a variety of activities and different types of questions. And then vocabulary, just to highlight certain areas and key terms, right, in the topic. And here are a number of activities that they use using appropriate medical terms to indicate paragraph sense, matching, giving meaning, building words, okay? And then next one is language practice. A number of activities like using contrast words to link sentences, right? So the activities heavily concentrate on building language competence in a way, right? Understanding use of modal auxiliaries. All right, and then students output. So in this case, the students are expected to produce a text, right? So they have to write a 4-paragraph composition and so on and so forth, right? Thank you, Bapak Ibu. Back to the moderator.
What a superb sharing, Pairi. Okay, let's enjoy your drink first. Pairi, what a superb sharing. It implies many ideas to explore then. Bapak dan Ibu, now we come to question and answer session. You can further ask Pairi through the upcoming 20-minute slot, starting from now on. Please feel free to write your question in the chat box. Okay. Oh, we have a question. We have a person here, Pak Dedi. Pak Dedi Sofian, is it? Okay. Yes, Pak Dedi, please feel free to unmute yourself. Oh, wait.
Thank you, Bu Asi.
Yes, please, Pak Dedi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pak Eri, first, let me express my amazement on your experience of dealing with teaching English out of overseas and in country. Despite being young, you have much experience. I appreciate and amazed. You have also written quite a lot of books, particularly about English for specific purposes and probably for academic purposes. But what I keep thinking of is probably a bit deviating, a bit different from what you have described in your presentation. Although I get a lot of advantage from your presentation. As you know, we have always tried hard to lead learners to language learning. Meanwhile, we are aware that language is basically speech, and we should therefore endeavor to lead learners to language. Scarcely rarely make the learning atmosphere in such a way learners can use English in situational settings that success in the process of acquiring the language. Perhaps for this particular case, you could probably share this particular experience where practice happens in elementary school, in junior high school, senior high school, and even in universities who have like this language study programs. The point is that what do you think of language acquisition, which many teachers ignore, not exactly ignore, but do not focus on the process of language acquisition. Thank you, Valerie.
No
Thank you.
problem. Thank you.
Yancy, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dedi. Okay, Pak Eri, please, time is yours. So I'll respond Pak Dedi's question.
I think
Pak Dedi is one of the lecturers in our study
right.
program.
I can tell from that. So I think Paredi is examining me. I'm like defending my thesis.
Oh.
I am the
Paredi.
oldest teacher, Valerie.
Nice to see you, Paredi. Hopefully someday we can, meet up in Bogor after this pandemic situation is over.
Amin.
Sadly, we don't know when, right? Okay, Bapak Ibu, to the best of my knowledge, writing materials that ideally or entirely fit our students' needs is a challenge, right? But I'd like to say this, especially for those who want to start. Don't even let that thought, keeping you from starting writing anything. As I mentioned earlier, my very first experience of writing books was not because I was so, let's say, wanting to write books for my students. I didn't even teach junior high schools back then when I was writing my first books, right? But I just wrote anyways. And if you look at my books, there were lots of imperfections here and there. So as teachers, you can easily like spot lots of problems, errors, right, misconceptions, and not that I'm proud of what I did, but that's my first masterpiece, and I learned a lot from it. And so you may have some ideal scenario in your mind as to how to best approach the language, how to best organize a structure, the activities or tasks, right? What kinds of sources are most appropriate for your students. But if you have too many thoughts already before even you start writing your materials, I can guarantee 1001% you won't even start writing.
Experience it.
Right, because you will have lots of worries. Oh
Yeah.
gosh, where should I access authentic materials? What are authentic materials? So you start worrying about authentic versus non-authentic. You start worrying about, should I adopt a scientific approach or genre-based or communicative language? Don't worry about them. Just start writing something that you feel convenient. And just, don't worry about others' voices as a starter, right? Because you have to start doing something first. As you are doing it, you will start receiving feedback, right? You will learn a lot more about what you do, and you will get better. You will improve, and that's something that you have to start doing. Okay. So whatever you have learned from my talk, when you start writing your materials, just throw it away. Why? Because you will start worrying too much. Gosh, there are so many issues to consider. There are so many principles to keep in mind, and so on and so forth, right? And you will start sweating, right? And then your hair turns gray at some parts of your head, and then you will stop doing what you want to start doing. Okay. So as you are gaining experiences, you may start improving the quality of your writing, right? Of course, by allowing flexibility in your materials, and trying to get as many feedback from your peer and your students who use the book. Okay.
Okay, thank you. What about that, Pak Dedi? So acquiring language means that you have to practice
Thank
much.
you very much, Fairy.
No
Thank you very
problem,
much,
Pak.
Fairy. You were in the
No problem,
States. Did you have problems with the learners' oral communication?
Yeah, Pak. All right. Let me share my past experience of writing books. So there was a hiatus, a period in which I didn't write any books. That was when I was pursuing my degree, master's and doctorate degree. So for over 6 or 7 years, I didn't write any books, right? And unfortunately, things had changed a lot during that time. So the last time I wrote the books, the curriculum was pretty much about KTSP, right, and heavily communicative language based, and I was quite convenient with the approach, because I know very well how to design materials. But then an offer came in, and I was asked to write a set of books for junior high and senior high school students on the basis of scientific approach. And I had to learn from scratch, like what scientific approach is, right? And what is expected of the students and the teacher, and so on and so forth, right? Because when you are writing materials, you have to have two parties in your mind, teachers and students, right? And what I learned, it may be wrong though, because I learned by myself. Uh, the scientific approach is heavily genre based, and this genre based teaching is text based. It was designed and it is geared exclusively for written cycle. So when I think about reading and writing, that's a piece of cake, because the guidelines are there, right? How to start your materials in terms of genre-based teaching. For example, you start with building knowledge, right, or opener. It could be in terms of pictures, questions, right, or video, whatever it is, just to spark your students' interest and to relate the new knowledge with the existing knowledge. And then modeling, right, the input. You provide the template or the genre, whatever the text type is, and then join construction, right? You have your student work in pair or in group or whole class to work on special projects, just to make sure that they start to internalize, just they start to learn the model, right, or the input. The last one is independent construction, where students individually have to craft or create their own product, right? Uh, a way of making sure that individually they master the material. And so that's pretty much genre based. But then by the day, I had to write the books as a full package, right? Listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So my question was, how did I devise uh, materials and organize them for the oral cycle? Like you can imagine what I was trying to say, right? Like could I devise in such a way, in the exactly similar way as I was designing the written cycle, background knowledge, model, chain construction, and independent construction. Um, Especially for independent construction, right? How could we expect students individually produce oral language, speech? Uh, but in junior high and senior high, what is expected of students, for the most part, is conversational skills, right? Students can interact in social context, and yet the model somehow dictates me to come up with individual projects in speaking. So that was my struggle when I was writing books on the basis of genre based, because somehow my philosophy said it's not right. Genre based teaching is most suitable for written cycle to teach reading and writing, but the curriculum says so. And so what I did was I tried to just do my best to make some modifications in terms of the genre-based teaching model, uh, so that all the activities, starting from listening to writing, uh, in a way or in a general sense, in line with the genre-based teaching. But it
Yeah.
was a bit a stretch. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Pak Eri, for
No
sharing.
problem, no problem, no problem.
Thank you very much ya. Semoga sehat selalu dan terus
Amin, amin, Pak
berkarya.
Deddy. Mudah-mudahan
Berkarya.
kuat ya, Pak.
Yeah, I'm proud of you. Thank you very much.
No problem, no problem.
Wasi, thank you very much. That's all.
Okay, thank you for the question, Pa Dedi, and Pa Eri, thank you for the responses. Great. When you said hiatus, actually, my mind was blowing to ideal experience with their hiatus, Pa Eri. Karena Pak Eri tadi membicarakan idol sih di depan, jadi my mind was blowing to the idols. Okay, Bapak dan Ibu, please feel free to type your question in the text box, in the chat box. And yes, okay, wait, may I see the person who raised? Okay, the question, okay, let me shout one of the question. The question is coming from Nova Puspanita, Pak Eri, how to improve reading comprehension skill for low students.
Okay. Low students meaning that students who are low in height. Just kidding. Sorry. Don't take it too seriously. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Low comprehenders or poor comprehenders. Bapak Ibu, we are actually facing quite a challenging situation, right? Even before the pandemic times. Why? Because our classroom size is big. In other parts of the world, teaching language is almost dealing with small size, about 25 or less than 25. Why did I say this? So because I was a teacher back in the States. As I said, I taught immigrants, I taught international students, some English and some linguistics. And I dealt with smaller class sizes, comprising only about 20 people. And it was, of course, manageable. But in your context, you have to deal with 40, right? 45, 50. What is more, not only do you have to teach larger classes, you have to teach more than 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? If I'm not mistaken, in your school, you're expected to teach how many hours? 16, 18, 20, 24. So that's not ideal, right? That's not ideal. You have to teach many classes. What's more, these classes are big. And so we are left with this very non-ideal situation where we have to teach anyways, right? So my suggestion is, in this very context, in our context, you have to cater to the majority. You see what I'm saying, right? As much as you want to help your students individually, you don't have time to do that, right? Why? Because you have like 100 or 200 even, right? In one semester. And some of you even teach in another school. Some of you teach in a private course. Some of you even teach in a campus. So you juggle like more than one profession. You have over 100 or even 200 students. And so I guess one realistic way of doing your teaching is cater the majority. So what do I mean by that? If you witness or if you observe some students are struggling, don't let that worry you so much. As long as the majority are following you, because you have other 100 or 200 students to take care of, right? So don't let this business of taking care of 2 students, or 5 students, or a group of uh, smaller groups of like 10 students somehow be in your way of providing service for the majority. I guess that's one principle I want you to bear in mind. Um, but of course, if you have time, right, or you work in a team, then you can start providing supplemental material. So for these poor comprehenders, you cannot teach them in unison or in whole class, because otherwise the majority will be bored, right? They understand already what you're talking about. And so in a classroom setting, you have to teach in majority. But then, you manage your time. Let's say give a set of activities for the majority, and then you cater these very few people who are struggling by somehow adjusting the levels, different types, different complexity of text. One uh, one possible resource that you can use is graded reading or graded readers, and they're available everywhere online, or out there. So you can have your school provide graded readers books. This will help a lot. Why? Because graded readers books were designed in such a way that the levels are in line with the level of the cognitive level, and the complexity is also designed in such a way that it fits a certain level. They even control the number of words and so on and so forth. Uh, and so somehow grade readers could be a, a resource that you can use. And so as you are carrying the majority, you can provide some additional or alternative materials to, let's say, the minority. So in that way, you are helping both. You serve the majority and you help the minority. My point is, don't let your concern of helping these poor comprehenders, for example, uh, be in the way that it is now your priority, that you forget the majority. Why? Because as I mentioned, you're teaching large classes and you teach more than 100 people, in one week or in one semester. So that's a very unideal situation.
Okay. Okay, Pak Heri. Pak Heri. Okay, the next question, since we have okay, the questions is coming from Ibu Tina Priyantin. Pak Heri, I need your opinion regarding the distance learning in current situation. I wonder whether printed textbooks are still needed since students now get easier access to the digital ones. Thank you. What about your opinion, Pak Heri?
Uh,
Butina, from
sorry.
Butina. Yes.
Tina.
Ibu Tina
Digital.
Priyantin.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this is actually a new kind of discourse that has surfaced since the start of the pandemic, right? In my context, in lab schools of UPI, parents are recommended to buy books, printed books, provided by the school, so that they can always have some resources to consult when viewing or when learning materials. At the same time, though, DINAS has provided the module, right? The online module. And also at the same time, the books are quite, the teachers are highly creative. They craft materials on YouTube. They craft materials on their own ways, right? And so somehow I see three competing types of resources available to students, right? Printed books, and then online module from Dinas, and teachers' own materials. What I've observed so far, because I have a small kid my own, and I also observe lab school teachers here at campus. Um, some, if not most, most teachers are struggling in coping with these three types of resources, right? Um, they have limited time because schools significantly reduce the learning time, right? Just so that they try to accommodate different context or different situation of the students, right? When it comes to access, for example, and then internet speed and so on and so forth. Um, so then, what I have observed in terms of progress, um, after a year, some teachers have found some balance. They cannot let go printed materials because these materials are solid, right? Are established. They were returned after a period of time of analysis, right, and then explorations and development, having gone through a number of piloting and so on and so forth, right? And so they still prescribe printed books. They also still, create their own materials as supplemental, as additional material. And so what I see, they like, let's say on asynchronous meetings on Zoom or Google Meet, for example, um, they um, they deliver material, especially the core concepts, right? Just to make sure that students get them, and then they refer the students to study further printed materials, and they also provide, let's say, YouTube videos or other materials made by the teacher to help solidify them. And so, in a way, in my personal opinion, it's a nice mix of using printed resources and then teachers' own creative resources plus other resources available to us. I guess it's a blessing in disguise in this pandemic time that we cannot go to school to teach, right? Something that we feel comfortable with, and yet we are now flooded with lots of materials, right? Something that we never witnessed before. And so we just have to strike a balance between using printed books, our own materials, and some other resources from the higher ups like us and some other agencies.
Okay, thank you, Pak Eri. But so sorry, our time is about to end since we have to end 2 minutes to go. Sorry, Bapak dan Ibu, for having no response to your question. I appreciate your question indeed. In a limited time, let me conclude the session, Pak Eri and Bapak dan Ibu here. The develop books mean to consider number of elements, such as the student's need, the background or reason behind the book's writing, the benefit of writing of the materials, the scenarios of developing materials, main principles in developing materials, issues to consider the key step to develop our own materials, and please don't forget. It is needed for us to go to any examples so we can learn from it. Thank you, Pak Eri. It is a great talk. So hopefully that we can apply it in our field as we please. Bapak dan Ibu, finally we come to the end of this session.
Sorry if I interrupt.
Yes.
Some of the audience are, I guess, quite enthused to ask question or to discuss. I have written my email address in the
Oh,
chat.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, great, great. Thank you,
Yes,
Pak.
in case you guys can interact with me more. Okay.
Okay, okay. Yes, please, Pak Eri. Bapak dan Ibu, please, you may copy Pak Eri's email, so email address. So after this, you will ask for further, or you may discuss for further issues. Thank you, Pak Eri. Okay, yes, thank you, Pak Eri. Okay, I would like to thank Bapak Eri Kurniawan, MA PhD, for the informative and interesting talk. In addition, I would like to thank the participants for your energy throughout this session. There are so many questions asked. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Wish you enjoy the rest of the webinar. Thank you and good morning. Ibu Isti, I return the floor to you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Wahyuni. Now, and thank you for the unclouded explanation, Mr. Erick Kurniawan. As our token of gratitude, we would like to symbolically hand over a certificate, and it will be given by the chief of the committee, Mr. Abdul Rashid. To Mr. Rashid, please.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the very insightful material, Eri. And on behalf of all committee and all participants, I would be very happy to give you this certificate as the token of our appreciation. Thank you very much, sir.
No problem. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Okay. So thank you, Pak Rashid. And now we are going to have a photo session before the next session. So anyone can help me with the photo session? Okay. Okay, now we are going to have the first slide for having photo session with Pak Eri. Okay.
I'm going to help.
Yeah.
Okay.
And next.
Okay.
All right.
Second page here.
Oh, it's Butina's voice. Thank you, Butina.
The third. Wait. There are 9 pages, Ibu.
Whoa, just stay. I keep smiling.
But a lot of them don't turn on the camera. Okay. 6th page. Okay, 2 more. Page 8. And the last page.
Thank you very much, Ibu Tina, for your help. Okay. Okay. Thank you again, Pak Eri, for being here with us. We have been so inspired. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, now our next agenda is listening to our second speaker, Ibu Dr. Anda Ati Herawati, MPD. Ms. Herawati will share with us more on the practice of developing materials. And for this session will be led by our second moderator, Ms. Leora Grahadila Andovita. To Ms. Andovita, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Sti. Good morning, Bapak dan Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, here we are at the second session of the webinar. And thank you all for finding time to learn together and stick with us, ELESP Community Service Webinar. In this session, our second speaker, Bu Ati Herawati, will share us her experience of developing materials, and later on Bu Ati also will share us hands-on activities which can cultivate us to develop more of ESP materials. Well, before we get started, allow me to introduce who she is. Well, Ibu Ati Herawati is currently pursuing her doctor's degree of applied linguistics from Unika Atmajaya, and she has been teaching for 28 years. She has also been conducting researches on ESP, including the teaching of English in Polman, Bandung, and stakeholders' expectations towards the teaching of English. And she has also managed to organize ESP panel discussion where she invited some practitioners in ESP to share their experiences. And the ESP panel discussion held in PBI, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, FKIP, Universitas Pakuan, since 2005. So it's been 15 to 16 years. So Bu Ati will share her presentation in 15 minutes and will be preceded by Q&A session for 30 minutes. You may later ask her questions by typing them in chat box or raise your hands. Then the host will unmute you. So without further ado, here is Bu Ati Herawati. Please, times.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ola. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, Bu Ati, clear.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Bapak Ibu.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Bu Ati. Nice to see you.
Hello, everyone. I see familiar faces. So before we start, let's energize ourselves. Please look at the box on your side. Yeah, your left, your right, the up and down, whether or not you know the people around you. Do you know who they are? Maybe your friends?
I know.
Yeah, okay. Right, because I feel like this is a reunion. Yeah, I could see some alumni, including Meta. Yeah, I have a note here. I have Donna, Meta, Sokia, Citra, Dede, Murni, Dini, Henry, Restu, Aulia, Atin, Dede, Ridar, Faisal, and many more. And also I have here my friends when we were in S1, back in 1987. Yeah, I have Ibu Nunung here from Sukabumi, and also Ibu Liani and Ibu Ani Budiarti from Bandung, and also Ibu Liana from Singapore. They were my friends when we were studying in IKIP Bandung back in 1987. Yeah, so it's like
hello,
a reunion.
Nice to meet you too.
All right. Hello, Ibu Liani. It's very nice to see you.
Yeah,
here.
me too.
I also see my colleagues from PBI. Yeah, ada Ibu Mursida, even Paoli. Yeah, Paoli, Bu Rashida, Butina, and many more. I also had this Ibu Fani, yeah, Ibu Fani from Class Creative, because I also joined Class Creative, yeah, to learn together with teachers, and also friends from different places. So it's very nice to see you here. Bapak and Ibu, in here, I would like to share my experience in teaching ESP to my students. So it's just a sharing session, yeah? So please feel free if you have questions, yeah? I will not talk a lot about theory, but I will talk about what I have done so far with my ESP class. As Ibu Ola has mentioned earlier, I taught ESP actually since 2003. Yeah, but I started working on developing book in 2005 together with the panel discussion session in which I invited speakers from different fields, yeah, such as soldier, a lawyer. So I invited them to my class so that my students could learn that English is not only used in the classroom as SMP, SMA, yeah, but English is also used in many fields, like I have mentioned earlier. Okay, Bapak Ibu, please, I would like to share the slide. Can you see my slide, Ibu Ola?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Right. I entitled my presentation Hutchinson and Waters based ESP material development from scratch to result. Yeah. We also heard Hutchinson and Waters theory in Pak Eri's presentation. Yeah. And I will only use this theory to develop the book. I use this book from the beginning of my teaching of ESP since 2003 up until now. Even though this book is quite old, written in 1987, but I could see that this book is still applicable up until now, especially as our guidance to develop materials. Bapak Ibu, I start my presentation by asking you the same question as Pak Eri has asked you, yeah, whether or not you have developed your own materials, yeah, for your ESP class. It's not for SMP class or SMA class, but for SMK class, yeah, for ESP, because we are going to discuss ESP context, yeah. But since Pak Eri has asked you this question, I will skip it. Yeah, I could see the answer that many of you answered no. Okay, yeah. So I already got the answer. Since your answer is no, can you tell me why? Please answer this question in the text box or chat box. You can start it now because we are going to discuss it. Ibu Ola can help me to see the answer, yeah, Ibu Ola?
Yes, sometimes.
Okay. And what's the answer from the participant,
Still,
Bu Ola?
sometimes Bu Ati, Rahma Donawanti from SMK Negeri 1 Cibinong answers sometimes.
If the answer no, I haven't developed my own material, then why? Sometimes it's not the answer.
No one yet answered
no one
questions
answered because they are confused. Yeah. Maybe you don't have enough time, yeah, Bapak Ibu, to write your own material. Or maybe as Pak Eri has mentioned earlier, the book is available, provided by the government. So ngapain lagi bikin materi sendiri, kan udah disiapkan, maybe ya. Or maybe other reason. No other reason? Tidak ada ya Bu Ola?
No, not yet.
No answer. Usually the answer is because the teacher has no time to do this, because the teacher has no idea what to do or how to start. Usually I got this answer, yeah, but in this webinar, they are confused perhaps to answer this question. Okay, it doesn't matter. We go to the next. Right. Take a look at this. Do you want to be able to develop your own material like
Okay,
this?
excuse me, Bu Ati. Bu Isti answers your questions.
Okay.
Yes, right now, because materials for my class is at large in the internet.
Okay. Ibu Isti is teaching in English Education Study Program. I really want the answer from SMK teachers, from English teachers who are teaching in SMK. Ibu Nunung, perhaps you can answer my question, Bu Nunung. Why didn't you develop your own material?
I don't know. I think it is quite enough from the book from Alphaman, or probably from the YouTube, from the internet. So I think it's not useful for me to develop my own material, because it's enough for the book. Probably,
Okay.
Ati. I see you anyway.
Okay. All right. So it's enough, maybe more than enough, because if you browse from the internet, you will get thousands of resourceful material. Yeah. Okay.
There's also an answer from Aulia Yusman. Yes, they use the book from government. As a teacher, we just develop the material a little bit.
Okay, so developing a little bit, yeah,
Yes.
because it is provided already by the government. Okay, thank you, Ibu Aulia. Are there more response, Bu Ola? No?
Not yet.
Okay, so we go to this, yeah. Look at this different English used. English for football player, English for taxi driver, English for shop assistant. Yeah, I believe if you teach in SMK, you teach a different department, maybe food and beverage, tourism perhaps, yeah, and many more. Yeah, do you want to be able to develop your own material like this? Sebenarnya kepengen nggak sih bikin gitu? Kalau tadi Bu Nunung kan bilang, that's enough from the government gitu, from the internet. Do you want to be able to develop your own material like this, Budona? Perhaps, Budona?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course, Bu Ati. To make my students become more interested in learning English, but sometimes I have limited time. I have the willingness to make my own material, but sometimes, yeah, you know, ma'am.
Yes, yeah.
That's why I want to learn it again.
Okay, all right. Yeah, as Pa Eri has mentioned earlier, sometimes the available book is not really suitable with the need of our students, ya. Ya, meskipun ada tapi kurang cocok gitu ya. Right. So the answer is yes, I want. Okay. This even English for comedian. Have you ever thought developing a material for comedian? Do you think they need English or not?
Yeah, probably.
Yes, yes. If they do stand-up comedy, for example, abroad, of course they need English. Not only about the language, but also the culture of English. So it's very important for stand-up comedy, yeah, for example, for a comedian, to learn English and to learn the context, the culture. Otherwise, people will not laugh at the joke, right? Yeah, and also English is needed, yeah, by wedding organizer. Yeah, as we know here in Indonesia, more and more Indonesian people get married with foreigners, and they get married in Indonesia, for example. So they want to have the wedding ceremony in a certain way. So they need to talk to the wedding organizer. Of course, English is needed. Otherwise, everything will be ruined because of misunderstanding, right? Yeah. And also for hotel staff, and for security guard, and many more. Yeah. And these materials are actually developed by students of semester 7. Yeah, English for videographer, English for cameraman, English for filmmaker. Yeah, these materials are developed by the students of 7th semester. So I believe that Bapak and Ibu, yeah, who have been teaching for years, are able to develop this kind of material as well. Mahasiswa semester 7 itu belum pernah mengajar, belum pernah tahu seperti apa sebetulnya membuat syllabus, lesson plan, and so on and so forth. Even though they are still, they have been learning this, but they haven't applied it in a real situation. but they are able to make this. So I really believe that you can make it. Yeah, and we will learn how to make it in a simple way, ya Bapak Ibu. Later, after my presentation, the students will share with you the steps of how they make these materials from scratch into this result. Okay, Bapak Ibu, maybe the question is, how can they make it? Anak semester 7 gimana ya? Kok mereka bisa ya bikin buku? Ya, this one book is developed by 3 students, and they are proudly presenting it ya by taking the picture. Aku bisa bikin buku gitu ya. Kalau tadi Pak Eri kan sudah pengalamannya banyak banget gitu ya. Jadi bikin buku tuh maybe it's a piece of cake, tapi untuk anak mahasiswa, aduh perjuangan one whole semester. It's about 5 months from scratch, from just idea into the product like this. Okay. So it needs a long journey for them to produce the material. First, they have to decide the target audience. In ESP class, we give an assignment to the students to develop a certain English material for a certain job. In this semester, we decided to give the students transportation. The topic is transportation, such as aviation and transportation on land and transportation on the water. Later, as I have mentioned earlier, they will share this with you. So they have to decide the target audience. For example, in my class, it's aviation. So some students take the target audience for the pilot, for flight attendants, for ATC, airplane controller, And after that, after they decide their target audience, then they develop need analysis questions for interview or questionnaire. And these questions should be revised several times, because they should know how to ask question appropriately. For example, if the question is, apakah Bapak menyukai bahasa Inggris atau apakah saudara menyukai bahasa Inggris? I said this is not an appropriate question. You have to change because you have to find out the need of learning English. So they revise this question several times. By consulting the lecturers. After they come to the satisfied question, they start to distribute the questionnaire. Some of them distribute the questionnaire by coming to the office. Say for example, they go to the airport to find the target audience. But during the COVID-19, they distributed the questionnaire by using the Google form. But a few of them felt more satisfied if they conduct the interview by talking directly to with the target audience. After that, after they got all the data, they try to analyze the answer given by the target audience. They code it, and they put them in a certain way so that they finally come to the conclusion of what kind of English they need and what level of English they have to develop. And after that, they try to find the material input, the raw material. It can be from the video, it can be from the text, it can be from anything. This input. But of course, there are some principles of a good material input. After that, so at the end, they start to develop activities. What they should do with this text? What activities the students can do through this text? So they have to develop, in my assignment, I asked them to develop 10 activities that cover language skills and also language components like grammar and vocabulary. And after they have 10 activities, they try to create lesson plan based on the activities. For example, lesson plan 1, maybe we'll take activity 1, activity 4, activity 7 for lesson plan 1. And for lesson plan 2, they will take activity 4, activity 10, for example. It's up to them. So by these activities, these 10 activities can be developed into 3 lesson plan atau untuk 3 pertemuan gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Jadi satu materi itu untuk 3 pertemuan. Okay, why we need to do analysis? Why we need to analyze the answer given by the respondent or by the target audience? Because we have to follow Hutchinson and Waters' principle of developing ESP material. Hutchinson and Waters said, tell me what you need English for, and I will tell you the English that you need. Because sometimes when people ask us to teach them English, they themselves do not know why they want to learn English. They maybe see it from the want side, not from the need side. Sometimes something like this. For example, a group of midwife come to you and ask you to teach them English. Bu Meta, ajarin saya bahasa Inggris dong, Bu, gitu. Kenapa ingin belajar bahasa Inggris? Ya pengen aja. If they said pengen aja, I believe that Ibu Meta will be confused of how to develop your material to teach them English. Oh, untuk pokoknya pengen aja, ya udah kalau pengen aja ajarin aja narrative text, for example, descriptive text, something that you usually usually give in the classroom. But the question is it applicable in their job? Masa midwife belajar naratif teks tentang misalnya sangkuriang katakanlah, ya, is it applicable for their job? Kan enggak, right? It's not applicable. So you have to give them questionnaire. Kalau dijawabnya pokoknya ingin belajar aja, you don't get any data to develop material. So that is why it is very important, yeah, for you to make a list of questions. Yeah, make a list of questions to ask to them. Apakah dalam bentuk questionnaire or in the form of interview. You can interview them formally or non-formally. It's up to you. Yes. From that, you can decide. Oh, berarti bahasa Inggris yang diperlukan adalah ini. Even though the job is the same, sama-sama midwife, but I believe that they have the different need. Kalau midwife yang bekerja di kota besar dengan midwife yang bekerja di kota kecil, say for example midwife yang bekerja di Jakarta, di International Hospital, and midwife yang bekerja di kota kecil, katakanlah ya, katakanlah di Bogor, tapi Bogornya katakanlah di Cibinong ya, yang jarang ada bule gitu. Yeah, of course the need of English for these midwives are different. Yeah, so developing our own material is very important. So even though the job is the same, the need is different. That is something that we have to come into our mind. Yeah. Okay. So back to need analysis. These are examples or basic need analysis questions offered by Hutchinson and Waters. The framework of for learning for analyzing the needs, yeah, of the learner, because in ESP we have EAP and EOP. Yeah, so we have to ask this question. For example, question number 1, why are the learners taking the course? Kenapa sih mau ikutan bahasa Inggris? Kenapa mau belajar bahasa Inggris gitu? Is it a compulsory or optional? Apakah memang diwajibkan oleh tempatnya bekerja begitu ya? Optional atau compulsory? Ya. Is it apparent need or not? Is it because of the status? Is it because of the money, promotion, or what? Yeah. Say for example, once I taught ESP in BNI 46 back in 1994 in Purworejo. Yeah, when I worked in IKIP Muhammadiyah Purworejo at that time, I worked for BNI 46 Purworejo and also BPD Jateng. I taught them in different way. In BNI 46, they provided me the book, yeah, and it was from Cambridge. But in BPD Jateng, they asked me to develop my own material. And I felt so comfortable with my own material rather than the material from Cambridge. Yeah. Because the employees of BNI 46 also complain about that. Aduh, ibu susah ya, ini begini. Because the level, maybe the level of the Cambridge course book is not similar with the level of their English competence. But the company have already chosen that book. Bukunya sudah kami sediakan, Bu. Ibu tinggal hanya mengajarkan saja, gitu. Ya. So like or dislike, I had to use that book. But to tell you the truth, I felt more comfortable with my own material because I knew their English competence. So the material was not too difficult for me, yeah, for them, yeah, because I developed it in a way so that they could understand the lesson. Yeah. So once again, this is the basic need analysis questionnaire question. You can add more, of course, yeah. But to start with, you can start with this. All right. If we want to be an ESP teachers, these are the requirements. First, you have to have positive attitude towards ESP content. Say, for example, if you teach the students of law, and then you feel like, aduh, aku nggak suka deh dengan hukum gitu. Aduh, hukum tuh begini. If you have that kind of attitude, then it will be very difficult for you to develop the material because you have negative attitude. Ya, so positive attitude is very important. Jadi attitude itu nomor satu duluan, ya. Jangan menolak ilmu apapun, ya. So you have to have positive attitude. Number two, you need to have knowledge on fundamental principle of subject area. I believe that Ibu and Bapak and also the students who are learning, who are joining this webinar, you have knowledge of fundamental principle. Bapak Ibu waktu SD pernah belajar tentang PKN, ya, pelajaran apalagi, it's about law lah pokoknya ya, even though it's not a detail but it's fundamental principle, ya, bahwa hukum itu ada pidana, ada perdata, bahwa kalau kita misalnya mencuri itu berhubungan dengan hukum, so things like that is called by fundamental principle of subject area. Ibu Bapak pernah belajar IPA, right? Pernah belajar sedikit tentang kimia mungkin ya, when you were in junior high school perhaps ya, karena kalau SMA kan udah ada penjurusan, right? So you have, I believe that number two, you pass number two, and number three, awareness of how much you probably have known the content. I'm talking about say for example law ya. Yang namanya konten itu bukan law-nya, tetapi yang mau kita ajarkan, ya. If you take, for example, one thing about law, mencuri, for example, ya, mencuri is one of the topic that you are going to discuss with the students, gitu, ya. Misalnya mencuri banyak dengan mencuri sedikit itu gimana? You will learn from your students. Don't worry. Kita hanya memberikan topik tentang stealing, ya, stealing. The content of stealing, ya, itu akan lebih banyak dieksplor oleh mahasiswa kita atau student kita karena they learn about that. Kita kan guru bahasa Inggris kitanya gitu, but we bring this topic, ya. And I believe that since teacher read a lot, ya, kalau guru kan katanya tahu sedikit tentang banyak hal, tapi kalau expert kan tahu banyak hal tentang hal yang sedikit gitu. Just like dokter, for example, dokter ahli ya, dokter spesialis telinga, dia hanya tahu telinga, detail tentang telinga gitu ya, dan tidak tahu tentang hidung dan tidak tahu tentang mulut dan sebagainya. Tapi guru mah enggak. Teachers know many things even though it's only a small thing. Diajak ngobrolin tentang sepak bola, hayu. Diajak ngobrolin tentang cuaca, hayu. diajak ngobrolin tentang sinetron, hayu gitu ya, apalagi drakor barangkali ya kalau Bapak Ibu yang senang nonton drakor. So you have to have this awareness. Jadi jangan underestimate diri sendiri. I know, tinggal di ting karena memorinya nyimpen. Ya, memorinya nyimpen. Nggak ada yang jadi guru tanpa masuk SD dulu. Nggak ada yang jadi guru tanpa masuk SMP dulu. You have learned a lot, Bapak Ibu. Dan ada di dalam ini kita tinggal ditarik-tarik aja supaya memorinya naik. Ya, so that you can once I learned this and I know about this gitu. Tinggal baca dikit-dikit lalu bisa. Oke ya, positive attitude yang penting gitu ya. Alright. Pertanyaan berikutnya adalah how to get the teaching material. Dapat materinya gimana ya caranya gitu ya. Oke. Tadi Pak Eri juga has mentioned about this ya Bapak Ibu. If we for example have to teach a doctor, yeah, how can we get the material for teaching doctor? Okay, Hutchinson and Waters offered 3 ways. The first one is called by materials evaluation. Materials evaluation means that the materials are available in a bookstore. All we need to do is select the material from this existing or the available materials in the bookstore. Yeah, pilih-pilih aja. Oh, for example, we need to get the book of English for Doctor, and then we went to Gramedia bookstore, for example. Yeah. And in Gramedia, we found English for Doctor published by Oxford, for example. And then we also found English for Doctor published by Cambridge. And mau yang lokal aja. Oh, ada English for Doctor published by Canisius. Ya, mungkin kenal Canisius published in Yogyakarta. Okay. So you have these 3 books. Yeah, English for Doctors, semuanya English for Doctors. All you need to do is to select which one do you think that is appropriate with the need of your learners. Setelah pilih. Of course, when you select, you have to think of a lot of things. Not only the content of the material, yeah, but also the price. Seperti tadi Pak Eri bilang, the price. Ini sih bagus, tapi harganya ya ampun pakai dolar gitu misalnya. Right? So finally we select for example yang ini aja yang buatan Indonesia because it's more local ya, example-nya lokal aja, and then the price is also affordable lah gitu ya. Okay, this is called by materials evaluation. The next one is materials adaptation. Yeah, materials adaptation is actually comes from materials evaluation, in which we modify existing materials. Say, for example, we bought these 3 books, and then we take a listening exercise from Cambridge, and then reading exercise from Oxford, and for speaking we take it from Canisius, for example. And you try to modify a little bit. For example, ini kosakatanya terlalu sulit, diganti. Yeah, you change the vocabulary. Yeah, from the one that the students rarely find to the familiar one. Nah, itu namanya modify, materials adaptation. And the last one is materials development, something that I really want you to develop. Ya, materials development. Nah, materials development ini adalah you write your own materials from zero, from scratch, from only idea, dari keinginan membuat buku. This is materials development. Ya, dan this is the one that I suggest, I recommend you to do. Okay. Talking about good material, tadi juga Pak Eri in his slide, I saw that Pak Eri also put good material. Yeah, so good material based on Hutchinson and Waters consists of first interesting text. We are going to discuss more about interesting text. Interesting text, kayak apa ya interesting text? Okay, so good material should consist of interesting text. One, and the next one is if you put exercise, assignment, task whatever it is you call this, it should be enjoyable for the students, for the learners. So the activity should be enjoyable. That is the second principle of good material based on Hutchinson and Waters. And number 3, you have to give opportunities for your learners to use their existing knowledge. Say, for example, if the exercise about present simple and present continuous, I believe that your learners have been learning that for quite a long time, yeah, for years. Dari sejak SMP, SMA belajar tuh yang namanya present continuous and simple present. Tapi ketika udah belajar di jadi dokter lupa karena nggak pernah dipakai, ya. So give them opportunities to return the memory of present continuous and present simple. Yeah. So this is number 3, the principle number 3. And number 4, this is very important not only for learners but also for us as teachers. Yeah. You have to take the material that you and the learners can cope with. Ya, kan kita yang bikin materinya. Ya jangan cari topik yang kita nggak tahu gitu loh. Ya. Say for example you teach English for doctor, ya, kita mengajar para dokter, terus kita pengen gaya-gayaan nih, ambil aja misalnya tentang operasi laser gitu, padahal kita nggak tahu what operasi laser is gitu, ya. Even though it is about kedokteran, you can take a little thing about medical study, ya, karena if you take something that you are not familiar with, you put yourself in danger. Yeah, so don't jeopardize yourself. Nah, ini untungnya we develop our own material. Kan kita yang bikin. Jadi kita ambil aja topik yang kita tahu. But if you take a book from Cambridge, we don't know what they are talking about, whether or not we understand about that. Itu, ya. Jadi keuntungannya itu. So these are the 4 principle of good material. Once again, based on Hutchinson and Waters. Now, talking about interesting materials, interesting texts. I want to invite you to look at text number 1, taken from Penguin Book of Natural World. Bapak Ibu, can you see that clearly?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
right. Take a look at that. And I want you to answer my question. Is this text interesting? You can answer this in chat box. Or you can say it if you want.
No.
No? Okay. No. No.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Not
No,
at all.
no, no,
It's
no.
not
Okay.
interesting.
Enggak, ya. Not interesting. Why not?
Because it doesn't have
Reading this
picture.
makes me sleepy.
Reading makes you sleepy. Okay, especially because of the small, yeah, small.
Yes.
There are a lot.
Yeah.
Font,
Words.
small
Wordy. The font is small. Yeah, the font size is small and wordy. Okay. Any other reason why this?
Ma'am, I want to add, maybe it's because there's no picture of it, so we don't know clearly what they are talking about, so we don't have any curiosity to read that.
Okay, thank you. Not curiosity because there is no picture. Bapak Ibu remember when we teach ESP, we are dealing with adult learners, ya. Yeah, we are dealing with adult learners. We are not dealing with children. Nah, ternyata adult learners also need picture, ya, or graph or whatever that makes them interested in learning it.
Excuse me, Bu Ati.
Yes, of course.
10 minutes left.
Oh, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bu
Yeah,
Ola.
to proceed
All right.
to 30 minutes Q&A.
All right. Thank you, Bu Ola. Now,
May I say something?
take a look at this. Take a look at this. Yeah. Because we are talking about interesting and uninteresting. Yeah. Take a look at this picture, Bapak Ibu. Is the content the same, Bapak Ibu? Is the content the same or different?
Same.
The same. What are they talking about?
They're talking about blood.
They are talking about
pumping
blood.
system.
Blood circulation, blood system, the pumping of the heart, yeah? Okay.
Circulation system.
All right. It's about the system in our body, right? So these 2 texts actually talks about the same thing. But yeah, we can see that text number 2 is more interesting. So this is one of the ways, Bapak Ibu, to make the text interesting. Now we go to this. For example, suppose you get this input, ya, katakanlah Bapak Ibu mau mengajar di apa namanya anak bukan kedokteran IPA lah gitu ya, atau biologi lah gitu ya. So you get this input from Wikipedia, for example. Yeah. What will you do, Bapak Ibu, to make this text more interesting? Dari Wikipedia dapatnya seperti ini. Okay. How to make it more interesting, Bapak Ibu? You can use chat box to answer this question, or you can say it. Yang cepat tuh dikatakan aja. Jangan bilang pakai apa namanya komik seperti tadi loh. There are many other ways to make it more interesting. Anyone wants to respond? It's a challenge, Bapak Ibu. It's a challenge. Katakanlah inputnya ini dari Wikipedia. Sama dengan yang tadi, too wordy, even though there is a picture, yeah, but it's too wordy and too scientific, right? Okay, too scientific. How to make it more interesting and menjadi kita banget, kita bawa bahasa, kita tetap guru bahasa Inggris, kita bukan guru IPA ya, but we take this topic into our English class. Ada yang mau coba menjawab atau merespon? Ibu Liani barangkali? Atau Ibu Liani dan Ibu Liana ini seperti kembar tetapi bukan. Yes? Atau Ibu Ani?
There are some answers in the chat box, Bati.
Yes?
In the chat box.
Okay, can you read it for me, Bu Ola?
Okay, make it into a video, add more picture, make mind mapping, scaffolding, video, create a video content.
All right, good.
Make it into infographic.
Infographic, yes. That's the most popular one now.
Sum it up into short text.
Short text, okay. Summarize it into a short text and changing more complicated word into a more a simpler one, right? Okay,
yes.
so
make it into frequently asked questions.
Okay, yeah. Probably you can make it into a cartoon like this. I took it from the internet. Yeah. As we can see from, this is a handwriting, hand drawing. So this is the hand drawing. I believe that you can make something like this, yeah. In which this is a seal, right? Seal is trying to find his friend, Marcus, and he only saw a stone, a big stone. Where are you? And then the stone turned into his friend, Marcus. That is the camouflage. Yeah, this is camouflage. Or maybe you can use this, yeah, as interactive activity. You took one of the picture of camouflage and put it there in the screen. For example, if you teach in online situation like now. So the question is, do you see an animal in this picture? Ibu Bapak, do you see an animal in this picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. What's the
Butterfly.
Butterfly. Okay, butterfly. Are you sure butterfly?
No, it's more.
Yes.
I think it's laron. That's similar to butterfly. I don't really recall what's the name of it.
Okay, it's similar to butterfly, correct? Yeah. If you are the students of biology, I believe that you know. Yeah, can you find the moth? Yeah, moth itu tidak sama dengan butterfly. Yeah, can you find the moth easily?
Yes.
Yes, ya. Kalau yang udah biasa lihat begini, yes gitu ya. Kalau yang enggak ya susah gitu. Okay, why is it difficult to find? Yeah, why is it difficult to find the moth in this picture? Kok susah ya gitu ya. And then you come up with other question seperti yang tadi fact gitu ya. What is it called to make the moth disguise with the bark? Ya, kok nggak kelihatan ya dengan latar belakangnya itu adalah kan batang pohon ya, kulit pohon gitu, bark. And then we discuss maybe this in the speaking activities or reading activities ya. Okay. So we start from input to activities. Input itu apa? Apa sih fungsinya input? Input function as stimulus for activities. Input can also bring a new language items and an example of correct model for language use. Yeah, a topic for communication and learners existing knowledge of the language and the materials. Input ini kita bagi dua Bapak Ibu, ya. We divide input. We see input from two angles. The first one is from its content. Kontennya tentang apa? Gitu. Oh, tentang tadi yang kamuflase gitu ya. Conveying information, generating meaningful communication. And the language, because we are teaching English, of course we have to see the language. Ada apa sih di dalam teks yang tadi? So we put language into pieces, yeah, and giving language knowledge to the students because that's our task as an English teacher. And then after that, we develop some tasks that cover vocabulary, grammar, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Then say, for example, like this, back to the camouflage one. What content and language do you find in this text? Okay, for the content, of course, yeah, camouflage makes something hard to see, and camouflage happens to animals, plants, and humans. How about the language? Kira-kira apa yang bisa kita lihat di sini ya Bapak Ibu? Ada pola kalimat apa atau apa yang bisa kita ajarkan dengan teks ini gitu dari sudut pandang bahasa, because we are teaching English, remember that. Kita bisa lihat ada pola either blah 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 or blah blah blah. Ya, we can take that as example for our exercise later on. Kira-kira ada lagi nggak selain itu? Selain either blah 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 or. You can add more in the chat box, and Ibu Leora will read it for me. Bu Ola, ada apa? Ada apa
Passive
lagi
voice.
Passive voice. Itu yang paling bawah ya. Ini tadi camouflage, whispered in the increasing range, blah blah blah. Okay, maybe we can add passive voice there. What else? Can we also teach adjective, the use of adjective? Atau misalnya nominal sentence and verbal sentence? Can we teach the students nominal sentence and verbal sentence by using this text? Yes or no? Because we find there are some nominal sentence and there are some verbal sentence, yeah, and many more. I believe that you can make it more, yeah. So after getting the content and language, let's start to make the task activities. Jadi yang terakhir yang kita lakukan adalah tinggal kita membuat activity-nya. Misalnya task 1, we make vocabulary building. Task 2, reading comprehension. Task 3, grammar practice, and so on and so forth, yeah. Dan misalnya seperti ini contohnya Bapak Ibu, vocabulary activity misalnya. Find the synonym of the following words from the text. Ya, number 1 has been done for you. Kita kasih contoh dulu, harus selalu memberi contoh ya Bapak Ibu. Jangan perintah itu diberikan tanpa kita memberikan model, ya. So it's useless. We always need to give example, a written one. Karena kalau dikatakan saja susah, ya. Apalagi siswa SMK mungkin ya lagi ngelamun atau apa mungkin tidak ini. But if you give written example, it will be easier for students to see. Misalnya cari kata yang sama dengan kata mixture yang ada di dalam teks. Jadi jangan sebaliknya ya Bapak Ibu. I always see that the teacher always ask the student to find the synonym of the word yang ada di teks dulu. Jadi dilihat di teks kata ini sinonimnya apa gitu. Lakukan hal yang berbeda. Justru Bapak Ibu harus cari dulu sinonimnya di luar gitu. Kira-kira kata ini sama dengan kata apa yang ada di teks gitu. So they will understand the vocabulary from its context, Bapak Ibu. Bukan hanya vocabulary yang satu saja. Ini bahasa Inggrisnya apa? Ini bahasa Indonesianya apa? It's not like that. Okay? Kemudian untuk speaking practice, for example, you can do a think, pair, share activity, ya, atau 3-step interview or whatever that you want to apply in your class. Talking about camouflage, mungkin kita bisa kasih pertanyaan pancingan untuk siswa kita. Do you think plants are able to camouflage? what plants that can camouflage and why do they camouflage and so on and so forth. So they will talk, they will discuss. Ya, the most important thing is in speaking. Kan kita bukan guru biologi, jadi kita tidak akan mengatakan itu salah kontennya, bukan. We are talking about pronunciation. We will see the fluency yang seperti itu, gitu ya, Bapak Ibu. Well, I think that's all that I can share with you. Thank you very much, Ibu Ola. Back to you.
Thank you, Bu Ati. Okay, I was about to remind you actually about the time. Well, I believe that many questions pop up into your minds. Yeah, so free to ask Bu Ati's questions through chat box, or you may press the raise hand button, and then the host will unmute you. What an interesting presentation, Bu Ati. Yeah.
Thank you, Bu Ola.
Yeah, so it's a long journey, yeah, in developing materials. And our students, especially the 7th semester students, they did this, they did a long journey, like for about 5 months, to make it into such activities to provide ESP materials. So please, questions from you teachers, yeah, or from
Ola, would you
semester.
please read the question for me and you select the questions?
Okay, yes.
Because we only have, yeah.
Yeah, in the chat box, not yet, no questions yet. But earlier, there was Ibu Tias Suaradiani, because you asked whether teachers made their own modules or materials. Bu Tias made her own model, but
great.
yeah, but she thinks it needs more improvement. And also there's Budian Trisnamyanti. She also likes to make her own books, yeah, because it makes her more. It takes more reading references, so it will give her students knowledge. And also Budian is responsible to give them information, to give more information.
Bu Leora, may I?
Yes, of course. Ibu Meta.
Thank you, Bu Ola. Assalamualaikum, Ibu Ati.
Waalaikumsalam, Bu Meta. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Yeah, ESP is you, Bu Ati, for me. Because I got the first material about the ESP is from you, and then you asked our class to make comic at the time when in 2003, if I'm not mistaken. Then I practice your way to my students to the 12th grade of senior high school, because one of the base competencies is make procedure text of using high tech. So I asked them to make a comic in group of 3, and then when after the class is over, and I asked them, and they said it was fun, Miss, to make the procedure text by using comic. Yeah, I think the students will happy if we give them an opportunity to make the comic for the procedure text. Thank you, Bu Ati.
Thank you. If it is applicable, I'm so glad. Yeah, you can develop it more, Bu Meta. Yeah, thank you. Bu Ola, is there any other questions?
Yes. Okay, we have one questions from Bapak Anjang Solehudin. Yeah. How to teach students who are deficient in vocabulary? Do you have to include translations in the module or vocabulary lists?
All right. Thank you, Pak Anjang. It's very nice to see you. Yeah. Again here. Yeah, Pak Anjang is from Cianjur, right? Yeah. vocabulary becomes the first concern in developing material, Pak Njang. So the first exercise or the first practice should be on vocabulary building. It's very important that students understand vocabulary, yeah, in a certain context. Without knowing vocabulary, how can they understand the reading text? So it's okay if you want to give them translation, no problem. It should be based on the students' basic knowledge or students' proficiency. We cannot just push them karena nggak boleh terjemahan lalu nggak boleh sama sekali gitu. Padahal siswanya memang memerlukan itu di tempat Pak Njang, for example. Ya, we cannot just apply the similar rules for different situation, ya, karena kita beda-beda. If translation works for them, then you can provide it. Of course, you have to provide list of vocabulary. Jadi misalnya nanti kata-kata ini akan muncul di teks, nanti kata-kata ini akan kamu dengar dari audio dan sebagainya. So yes, I agree if you put list of vocabulary or if you want to translate it. But once again, first of all, ask them to guess. That's very important. Ya, karena yang namanya prediction in listening and reading is very important. Prediction itu mungkin bisa dengan guessing, ya, kira-kira kata ini apa gitu. Ya, the example that I have given you might work. Dicoba dulu aja, karena translation itu our last weapon, ya. Senjata terakhir adalah translation. Bukan berarti nggak boleh, tapi coba dulu yang lain gitu. Ya, panjang. Bola?
Yeah, it's pretty clear explanation, Bu Ati. Thank you so much. So so it's like making meaning from context, Bu Ati?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Because when I heard someone asked about AKM, ya, tadi ada di pertanyaannya Pak Eri.
Pak Eri.
Ya, asesmen kompetensi minimum, ya. Salah satunya adalah itu, understand the context. Gitu.
I have question. What
Yeah, there's Bu Rahmadonawanti from SMK Negeri 1 Cibinong.
I have question. I have already written in the chat box.
Yeah.
Bola, would you please read it?
Yes, yeah. Tips, yeah.
Yeah.
Bu Rahmadonawanti asked about, could you, Bu Ati, give us tips how to make materials? While, okay, I think it's, yeah, it is, teachers experience this. While teachers have to teach many classes in different departments. So Bu Dona here has to teach MM students, computer students, automotive students. Should I make the material only with the differences in vocabulary?
Thank you very much, Bu Rahmadona. Actually, we hope that after we have this webinar, we can work together to have what's so-called by community service. We would like to guide you how to develop materials. Of course, this webinar is not enough, yeah, for you to be able to develop materials. This is only the door that opens once. And after that, we come to see the inside of the house, ya. Jadi hanya pembuka pintu aja. We really expect that we can work together, to sit together, to discuss how to develop material. Because the students develop this material in 5 months, ya. Mahasiswa saja 5 bulan. Kalau guru mungkin hanya 2 bulan selesai, tapi nggak bisa dengan hanya 1 pertemuan. Maybe we can make this later, ya, Ibu Dona. Kita bikin, nanti Bu Isti mungkin bikin MOU dengan SMK Negeri 1 Cibinong. Then we come together to the school to talk about this. We will help you to develop the material. Gitu ya Bu Dona, karena susah kalau dijawab di dalam 1 pertemuan ini gitu.
Yeah,
Ya.
okay.
Hopefully we can go to different schools, ya Bu Isti, ya, to follow up this webinar. Yeah, we would like to help teachers to develop their own material. To SMK of course, ya. Kalau SMA kan memang tidak ini ya, kecuali, tapi SMA juga I believe that For example, if you teach IPA students and IPS students, I believe that the content relates to their study field ya. Kalau mengajar IPA mungkin ada yang kontennya ke-IPA-an gitu. Bapak Ibu ya mau tidak mau harus belajar tentang hal tersebut, misalnya tentang global warming ya. We need to learn a little bit about global warming ya. Kalau misalnya ke IPS kita belajar misalnya tentang ekonomi, prinsip ekonomi ya. Of course, makanya tadi yang disebut dengan positive attitude. So memang SMK itu kan udah jelas-jelas ya, kalau SMK tuh jurusannya banyak sekali. But in even in SMA, you have to have positive attitude towards the field gitu. Ya, mudah-mudahan ya nanti Bu Dona kita bisa bareng-bareng kerja. We live near loh Bu Ramadona. Ya, I always pass by the school whenever I go to Pakuan University.
Oh, please see me in the school, ma'am. I'm very happy if you come to my school.
I will be very happy too ya Bu Isti ya. Nanti dengan Bu Isti.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not only Bu Rahmadona, Bu Ati. There are more teachers who would like to join us. And then we also have Bu Intan Kandi from SMKN 11 Bandung. Yes, she seems pretty interesting in this program. And also Bu Dia, Trisna Mayanti, and Bu Mardini Aryani.
Alhamdulillah ya. So we can make many MOUs ya Bu Isti. Later we can kalau if this pandemic over, we can go to Bandung together ya to work with teachers with SMK teachers in Bandung. It's very nice. Nanti jalan-jalan sekalian kalau ke Bandung. Ya, terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
All right, teachers, we still have more time to this Q&A session. You may please ask questions, or you may share your experience as Ibu Meta did earlier.
Or we can go to Sukabumi to meet Ibu Nunung in Gunung tuh. Bu Nunung lives in pegunungan. So we can go there and make the kind of workshop, right?
So we have participants from Cianjur, Sukabumi,
okay.
and schools from Cibinong. SMA or SMK also we have.
Yeah, Ibu Nova, I'd love to come to Cianjur, Papasundan.
Bu Nova Pustanita.
We can work together. So one meeting, only 1 hour is not enough. We have to sit together and work together. I believe that you can make it. I know it. I teach a biology education study program in Pakuan University, Bapak Ibu. In Pakuan, there are 2 biology department of biology study program. One in FKIP and the other one in MIPA. Ya, in MIPA jurusannya biologi, but in FKIP jurusannya atau studi programnya adalah pendidikan biologi. I teach them 2 semester, semester 1 and semester 3. I did the need analysis by asking the head of the study program of the need of English. I didn't ask the students ya, karena siswa kan kalau di perguruan tinggi kan biasanya bahasa Inggris umum. But I asked the head of the department what kind of English that the students need based on the experience ya. And the head of the biology education said that since the students use references for their skripsi in English, so they need to comprehend the text. Jadi kebutuhan untuk bisa memahami teks bacaan, terutama teks yang dibutuhkan untuk penulisan skripsi. So I saw that the need of English for the students of biology education study program semester 1 is reading, comprehension. And I also confirmed this with the lecturers who teach in the higher level. Dosen semester 6, semester 7, I also ask them apakah Bapak Ibu menggunakan referensi dalam bahasa Inggris ketika mengajar di kelas? And they said, ya Bu, sometimes I ask the students to use references written in English. So itu menguatkan saya bahwa memang kebutuhan untuk membaca itu, memahami bacaan itu penting. So from that I developed the material. Nama bukunya English for Biology. Saya dengan Bu Ola membuat buku ini because Bu Ola and I also teach in the same level. Kami membuat buku ini English for Biology student. And then in semester 3, in semester 3, since FKIP Unpad also one of the participants in C Teacher program in which the students conduct teaching practice abroad, ada yang di Thailand, ada yang di Singapura, ada yang di Filipina, di Thailand dan Filipina. They need English as the medium of instruction. So in semester 3, we teach English for teaching. Jadi fokusnya kepada listening and speaking because the need is different. The need is different. Mahasiswa semester 1 butuh membaca karena mereka belum bisa mengikuti program untuk C teacher ini atau teaching out abroad. But for the students of semester 4, 5, mungkin mereka sudah punya cukup bekal, so they can join the program. So they need the ability to use English as a medium of instruction to teach biology.
We have 3 more. Now 2 questions and 1 sharing experience.
Okay.
But before we can say hello to Bu Siti Eri Wirasanti from SMK PGRI 1 Subang, Bu Ati.
Halo Ibu Eri.
The school where she works has 7 majors, Bu Ati. So it's very interesting to know more about ESP materials in each of the major. And also we have Bu Citra from SMK Borces 2. She really hopes that we can discuss more details how to develop teaching materials. And the questions first from Ibu Febrianti from Lia Cibubur. What guidance can we use to make scaffolding activities for the students when we create our own materials? Because earlier you said that we need to make it from easiest ones. How do we know that our activities are not too difficult for them? Because sometimes it's difficult to decide.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. One more thing that I forget to tell is before we develop material, besides asking them the question, conducting the need analysis questionnaire or interview, we also need to test the student. We need to give a pre-test to see the level of understanding of English. So pre-test is very important. So from that we can see, oh ternyata pertanyaan yang begini aja nggak bisa jawab. Katakanlah we test 30 students or 40 students and more than half of them cannot answer question in relation to passive voice, for example. It means that they need to learn more on passive voice. So this pre-test, or placement test is very important to be given so that we know their basic knowledge. That's what I can say, Ibu Ola.
Yeah, okay. The second question is from Ibu Puzianti Hoerunisa from SMAN 1 Ranca Bungur. Oh wait, we have Ibu Putri first from SMKN 1 Gunung Sindur. She may have heard when you said that jangan suruh mengartikan, and she really still cannot ignore this question. When her students asked, ini emang artinya apa, Miss? So from the questions, she can conclude that her student has certain level on comprehension. They still need much more help from her. So her questions, she still wonders how she changes her students' independency in knowing the content in Bahasa.
If it is about culture, it's very difficult. It needs quite a long time to change the the culture of dependent into independent one. It needs it's a challenge for teacher, and it's extra effort to do this. Yeah, maybe a little by little. Yeah, you can ask the student, for example, by bringing dictionary into the classroom, so they can at least find the meaning of the word by themselves. Instead of you provide the answer in bahasa Indonesia, let them find the answer by themselves. So at least this is one step further, rather than directly giving them the answer. Oh, ini artinya ini. Yeah. But let them find it from the dictionary. Ya, mulai dari itu dulu gitu. Nanti pelan-pelan setelah dictionary, mungkin dictionary-nya kita berikan yang we provide our own dictionary with English and English. Kan kalau dictionary itu yang dibawa anak-anak biasanya English Indonesia. Ya, maybe little by little we provide the dictionary. We download dictionary from the internet. Dictionary banyak sekali ragamnya gitu ya. Ada yang levelnya mudah. Misalnya untuk anak-anak itu kan biasanya picture dictionary. Tapi kalau untuk lebih dewasa sedikit ada beda lagi levelnya gitu. Maybe you can provide the dictionary in which it is not translated directly into bahasa Indonesia. So English, ya pelan-pelan, tapi perlahan tapi pasti gitu Bu ya. Memang mengubah sama sekali langsung it's very difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult. Ya, kita tidak boleh memanjakan terus anak, jadi mereka tidak ada usaha. Ya. So once again, maybe you can start by asking them to find the meaning from the dictionary that they bring by themselves. Nanti kalau mereka sudah terbiasa dengan dictionary, baru kita provide dictionary yang English. So later on they will find this in context. They can predict, oh ini artinya ini from context gitu. Ya, mungkin seperti itu Ibu.
Right. So probably one more questions.
Okay.
From Ibu Puzianti Hoerun Nisa from SMN 1 Ranca Bungur. She teaches at SMA and her students are lack of vocabularies. They didn't understand what she said. So it's hard for her to speak in English because of it. So, Bu Ati, do you have any tips to make her students develop their vocabularies and make them brave to speak? Especially in this pandemic, what kind of activity that's suitable to make her students are able to speak?
Right. Speaking activity, well, it's actually not not about the topic that we are talking about in developing materials, but speaking activity is something that happens in the classroom. Once again, if the student lacks of vocabulary, it's very difficult for them to say something. Yeah, even for mahasiswa Ibu, mahasiswa juga begitu sama. They always say, kenapa kamu diam aja? I lack of vocabulary katanya gitu. Jadi ada apa namanya statement yang mengatakan without grammar, ya, without grammar little can be convey, ya, little can be conveyed. Without vocabulary nothing can be conveyed. Ya, kalau tanpa vocabulary sama sekali nggak akan ada yang keluar. I always give example ya to my students like this, Ibu. This is a bit funny example, but maybe it will work to understand how important vocabulary is. In a certain situation, ya, in stasiun Tugu Yogyakarta, ada abang beca nih. Abang beca ini ya lulusan SD mungkin ya.
Ibu Ati, I'm sorry, 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Yeah. Right. Nah, dia kan tetap harus mendapatkan penghasilan ya, dan dia hanya bisa bahasa Inggris dengan mengucapkan 3 kata saja, hotel, ya, kemudian go, kemudian Mister, ya, dia hanya tahu Mister gitu. Bahasa Inggrisnya tuan itu Mister, bahwa hotel itu hotel, kemudian penginapan itu hotel, kemudian go itu pergi. So by knowing only these 3 words, yeah, he can get some money dengan 3 vocabulary ini. Dia tidak punya grammar sama sekali, tapi dia punya vocabulary. And ketika kereta datang, karena kan turis gates ya, dan turis yang bawa backpack yang berat itu dia tanya, Sir, Mister Hotel Go, Mister, bolak-balik 3 kata itu. Hotel Go, Mister Go Hotel Mister Go, pokoknya itu 3 kata itu aja. And the bule understands ya what he means. See, and then the bule, oke, naik aja ke becaknya, whatever mau dibawa kemana gitu. Pasti si bapak Mas beca ini pergi ke penginapan yang ada di sekitar Malioboro, for example. Nah, dari bulenya dia dapat uang, dari pengusaha hotelnya juga atau penginapannya dia juga dapat uang. Hanya bermodalkan 3 vocabulary. Can you imagine that? Without grammar. Yeah, so how powerful vocabulary is. Nah, what I see now here in our school ya, SMP SMA itu guru jarang sekali mengeksplor vocabulary. Ya, jarang sekali. Jadi vocabulary itu hanya ada selewat saja gitu, selewat saja. Tidak eksplorasi. When I was in IKIP Bandung ya, Bu Nunung, Bu Liani, Bu Ani pasti ini. Kita harus menghafal berapa Bu Nunung? 1000 sekian vocabulary ya Bu Nunung ya.
Iya.
Ya.
Betul.
Jadi ada keharusan, kita tuh harus hafal gitu. Ya, waktu di SMP begitu, SMA begitu gitu. Guru bahasa Inggris itu menekankan pada vocabulary because maybe they know that vocabulary is very important. Nah, sekarang dengan adanya perubahan-perubahan gitu. Ya, how can someone talk without having vocabulary? Jadi menurut saya berikan waktu, you have to give a certain time only for vocabulary building. Maybe in literacy activity, kan biasanya ada sudut literasi atau apalah gitu ya. In that time, try to develop students vocabulary. Dan dites Bu, harus dites. Kalau enggak dia hari ini hafal berapa vocab 10, udah gitu aja lewat, there is no guarantee. Ya, so you have to test. Tentu time consuming dan kita memang ya itu di situ kita harus effortnya gitu ya. Once again, vocabulary is very important and you have to give a certain time for vocabulary building for your students. Ya, kalau grammar nanti diperbaiki dalam misalnya writing, it's okay ya. Tapi jangan yang pertama diajarkan yang ditekankan pokoknya grammar gitu. Mereka angkat tangan. Saya nggak akan ngomong sama sekali karena takut grammar saya salah gitu. Ya, vocabulary coba dari mulai sekarang, Ibu inikan dulu deh. Minta anak jangan misalnya you can give them a topic ya. The topic for this week is misalnya tentang topic of this week is about movie gitu ya. Try to find 3 vocabularies in relation to movie. Terserah mereka mau vocabulary-nya apa aja dan itu harus ada tagihan memang dan diinikan. Ya itu masalah waktu juga sih memang. Tapi I believe that if there is a will, there is a way, Ibu. Manjada wajada. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Ati.
Yeah.
Well, Bu Ati, thank you so much for the insightful presentation and also for teachers here and all participants, for the lecturers, from students. Probably they are, I believe that they listened to you, to your explanation.
Thanks, ma'am.
Yeah,
Welcome.
the hints of your presentation is developing ESP materials requires a long journey because it doesn't happen in a blink of an eye. But when we come to the peak, when we reach the result, it's satisfying and that we can help our students. Well, Ibu Ati, again, this session is very fruitful, and also the questions and the sharing experiences from teachers also enrich us and inspire us to develop more materials of ESP. Well, from Bu Liani Setiawati, okay, she said thank you to you, Bu Ati.
Welcome.
So, dear all participants, it's the end of our second session with Ibu Ati Herawati, and let's go back to our MC, Ibu Isti Koaliah.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Leora Andovita. And thank you for the crystal clear explanation, Ms. Herawati. And as our token of love to you, we would like to symbolically give you a certificate. And the certificate will be handed over by the coordinator of this event, Ms. Mursidah Rahmah. So to Ms. Rahmah, please.
Thank you, Bu Isti, for the time. Yeah, Ibu Ati, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. As we can see that most of participants ask you and ask the committee to have a following session maybe after we have this event. Yeah, we hope that we can we can come to some schools, to us, not to us, to lead the teacher, developing materials, and also make their own model. Yeah, thank you very much. So Ibu Ati, on behalf of our all the committee and participants, we'd like to give you this certification as a token of our appreciation. Thank you very much, Ibu Ati. Let's
Thank you, Bu
give
Mursidah.
big
Yeah,
applause
thank
for
you.
Ibu Ati. Thank you very much. And I'd like to also greet Pak Oli. So, Pak Oli, thank you very much for being here.
Pak Oli, hatur
Pak
nuhun.
Oli, thank you. Hatur nuhun sudah ada di sini. And also for our alumni, and some teachers from PPG program. Yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Ibu Isti. Back to you.
Thank you, Ibu Mursidah Rahmah. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving right along to the third session. The third session will present recorded presentations of our students telling their journey in creating tools for students who learn English but not from English department, English for specific purposes. But before that, I would like to remind all of the participants that you have to fill out the exit ticket for getting your certificate, and the link is available there in the chat box. Okay, so in this third session, there will be 3 videos from 3 different classes. And to lead this session, I would like to give this session to Adwin Abrar. Is Adwin ready?
Hello, Miss. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm ready.
Okay. I will give this session to you. Please lead this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the time, Miss Isti. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, teachers and lecturers. I hope you are having a great day from this event. So let me introduce myself. I'm Adwin Abra from 7th class. Now we are going to show you our explanation video of making ESP model for aviation jobs from our class. All right, please enjoy the video.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are having a good day. In this opportunity, me, Adrian Abra from 7A class Aviation Group, will bring you to our experience of making model of ESP from scratch. So there are model of English for pilot, English for aircraft technicians, for air traffic controller, flight attendant, flight operator, ground handling staff. But for now, we only focus on the model of English for pilot, which will be explained by my friends. Alright, let's get into it.
English for specific purposes is a subset of English as a second or foreign language. It usually refers to teaching the English language to universities, students, or people who are already in employment with particular vocabulary and skill they need. English for specific purposes include a courses of English that taught to business people and those involve a variety of professions that require a certain level of English proficiency in order to perform their job successfully. These include pilots, medical workers, engineers, lawyers, scientists, and those who are working in tourism and hospitality industry. That's all for me. Thank you so much. After this, you will hear about the second journal. Thank you.
All right, Nirwan, thank you so much for the time. Well, now I will share about the making of the questionnaires for the respondents or the pilots. First, we try to make the questions on the October 13. We focus on the use of English for pilot. We did 2 times revisions by the lecturer. We needed to change our questions into Bahasa Indonesia and with the open-ended questions. Finally, in 22nd October, we could share our questionnaires to the pilots by using Google Form. Simple but need serious thought. Now, let's move on to the next speaker. Nafila, it's your time.
Thank you so much, Celestiana. So, in my part is about the process how we get the respondents. After we decided to choose pilot as the target job, we start to looking for the respondents. We ask our families, friends, and search in social media. It's not easy, but not really hard to looking for the respondents. We're so glad because there are so many people that help us. On 2nd November 2020, we created the questionnaire by using Google Form. Then we share it to our respondent through WhatsApp. We're waiting until our respondents fill it the questionnaire until 6 November 2020. And glad to see that there were 10 respondents who fill it. Now let's move on to the next speaker, Sheila Dinda Putri.
Alright. Questionnaires and the respondent has been explained, so my part will explain about the result of the need analysis in this journal. It is pictured that English is needed by pilot during the flight. There are 2 skills needed, speaking and listening. These skills help pilot to communicate with others, especially with air traffic controllers. Not only that, but these skills also help pilot to overcome misunderstanding with air traffic controllers and others in obtaining flight information. Therefore, the main topic of this model is about miscommunication. Because miscommunication is very dangerous and it can cause accidents that claim many victims. One of the ways to anticipate it is overcoming miscommunication. So this model is in accordance with the needs required based on the result of the need analysis that has been done. And this model is more focused on listening and speaking. By then, the model will be ready to be created. Let's do the next speaker.
Okay, thank you so much, Hila. So here I am as the last speakers, and I'm going to present English for Pilot module as an example English for Aviation. This module is made based on the guidelines Hutchinson and Waters book that is English for Purposes. In this module, there are several things such as journals that have been explained by the previous presenters. And now I'm going to focus on 2 of the most important things, namely activity and lesson plan. Here are some activities such as vocabulary activity, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And the first is vocabulary activity. In this activity, students have to be able to describe the plane's position based on the picture by using the verb that usually used by pilot. And then in the second activity of vocabulary is train students to understand words in aviation. And then in the listening task, we decide to make the variety of tasks. We make the dialogue between pilot and ATC when having miscommunication since during the flight, and ask the student to find the core of the problem to build their critical thinking, and the students are asked to choose the correct vocabulary. And for speaking, reading, and writing tasks, we make the task in SI, let the student to explore their answer so they can build their critical thinking and their abilities in explaining or describing something, especially in speaking skill, because they have to be able to describe or explain their position well, for example, when they will take off. And then in practicing their speaking, reading, and writing skill, we give them the cast. So then later they can make decision when they become pilots, since during the flight, the problem faced by pilot regarding miscommunication often occur, and the pilot must be immediately make a decision. In this module, there are lesson plan 1, 2, and 3. In the theory of the lesson plan, there are several procedures. For example, in the lesson plan 1, there is starter, and lesson plan 2 and 3, there are analogies. Both starter and analogies are to stimulate students to have the idea of the topics. And then they are gathering information, analysis, sharing information, reconstruction, prediction, matching, which are activities to work on worksheet, and last is follow-up, which to let students to perform the worksheet.
Alright, thank you so much for all the speakers who have explained the making of the model from the scratch, and that's really amazing. So, I think this is the end of the video. I will say thank you so much for participants for coming here in this event. I hope you still enjoy this event. Keep healthy, keep safe, stay at home. I'm Adrina Bra. See you.
Okay, that's all about the explanation of our experience on the video, and I will summarize because there are some delay before. So the video was explaining from what ESP is, choosing a specific job from aviation field, the way how we found the respondents, develop the questionnaires, then we spread it out to all the respondents using Google Form. Then we analyze all the answers from questionnaires, and finally the explanation of making the model itself. From finding the subject that proper based on the analysis from the respondents, of course. Then we create the activities, also the lesson plan. I really thank you to Bunda because she led us to create what an amazing model. Thank you so much for Bunda. Now, it's the time for the next group to have the time. So please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Here I am as a moderator of Class B. We'll present a video where this video is with the topic English for Marine Transportation. Thus, without further ado, let's enjoy the video.
Hello, the committee. Could you please replay this video because the sound doesn't appear.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Wenda Feviani, and I'm from 7B. Here, our project in ESP. Research was headed by DSP lecturer, Ms. Asiwa Yuni, MPD, and language service lecturer, Mr. Abdul Rashid, MPD. Firstly, in this project, our class has been given a topic as reference, namely English for Marine Transportation. During determining the media use and searching for respondents, we were instructed to write 4 journals focusing on our
The sound is not really clear actually.
Hello, dear committee. Could you please set the sound?
Bukan, jangan.
I'm so sorry for the technical distraction, yeah, dear audience. Wait.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. Types of ESP. First, English as restricted language, for example, a pilot or a waiter, only used for specific context. Second, English for academic and occupational purposes. English for academic purposes or EAP. For example, English for medical studies. English for occupational purposes or EOP. For example, English for technicians. 3. English with specific topics, uniquely concerned with anticipated future English needs. For example, scientists requiring English for postgraduate studies or attending conference. Besides, there are also 3 characteristics of ESP courses. First, authentic material. Study material must be authentic. Second, purpose-related orientation. Orientation lesson must be according to the needs of the learners. Third, self-direction. Learners must have a degree of freedom to decide what, when, and how they will study. In conclusion, ESP English for specific purposes has emerged as a significant field in applied linguistics. It is mostly concerned with the learner's needs for a specific field of academic or occupation. Restricted skills of words and expressions, purpose of learning the language are the areas to be considered in ESP.
In this section, I would like to tell you about the first journal. It's talk about how to develop questionnaire. The type of questionnaire is need analysis questionnaire. The questionnaire is aimed to find how, what, when the respondent need English according to their field. However, to create question for questionnaire is not easy as well. There are things that we have to consider in creating need analysis questionnaire, such as firstly, the questionnaire has to meet the language target, and the second, the questionnaire has to identify the gap between student ability and field requirement, and the third, the questionnaire also has to grant information of the respondent need and the problem they face. At first, the questionnaire draft that we have made is still not perfect. We still have to revise it because there are things that we have to put on it. For example, like introduction or greeting, and add personal data for respondent. Therefore, after revising the questionnaire, the following indicators are listed on the questionnaire that has been made, such as language apply or use, strategies, the importance, skill, media, career opportunities, difficulties, obstacle faced by respondent, motivation, and so on. Furthermore, after revising the questionnaire, we can start to share it to our respondent.
For the second journal, it tells about how to find the respondent after completing the initial task, namely developing the question for the questionnaire. We were asked to find 3 respondents at the same position to filter out the questionnaire. In finding the respondent, there are several attempts that we did. The first, we're asking some friends, family, and relatives who have acquaintances who are working in shipping. Besides this, we also tried to find the respondent in our social media, such as Instagram, Facebook, and so on. Having taken some effort, some of us find the respondent from France. Therefore, from one respondent that we have got,
We asked our friends to share the questionnaire link to his or her friends at the same position. After we finally got the 3 respondents and all of them had filled out the questionnaire, we start to move to the next step.
In this section, I would like to tell you about the third journal. On 3rd October 2020, after we have found 3 respondents, followed by distributing the questionnaire and received the responses, we analyzed the data. In doing the data analysis, we did some procedures, including the first one is target need analysis. Target need is something of an umbrella term. In the other words, target need is what the learner needs to do in the target situation. Thus, it is more useful to look at the target situation in the term of necessities, likes, and wants. Means necessities are about what the learner has to know in order to function effectively in the target situation. Like is about what the learner knows already, so that the teacher or the facilitator can decide which of the necessities the learners lack. Then, wants also means that the students need to know what they want to be learned. Second procedure is gathering information about the target need. What is the language needed, or how will the language be used? In this case, are speaking, writing, and reading. And then, what will the content areas be? It is clear that interpretation of needs can vary according to the point of view of the particular respondents. And then the third, learning needs analysis. It can determine the destination, but we must also choose our route. The condition of the learning situation, the learner's knowledge, skills, strategies, and the learner's motivation. The last procedure is analyzing learning needs. In this part, we can use a similar checklist that we use for target situation analysis, a framework for analyzing learning process. How did the learners learn? What research are available? Who are the learners? Where will the ESP course take place?
The following is the example of ESP module. The topic of the module is English for Rec Cadet. There are several components that have been arranged based on the guidance of making module in ESP course. The components include executive summary, lesson plan, 3 activities containing matching pictures, fill the blank out for format question answers, speak their work, answer keys, journal 1, 2, 3, 4, questionnaire, data analysis, reference, and also the storyboard of the activities. The first activity is matching pictures. In this activity, a video and some pictures are provided. Furthermore, students or cadets are asked to analyze the video of chipping and painting. After they watch the video, they match the exact pictures with the video. It is expected that through this activity, their understanding of key concepts and their vocabulary related to their job will be built. Next, fill the blank out for format question and answer. In this activity, students or cadets are still asked to watch the same video as the first activity. After they watch the video again, they can make up question and answer with their peers. This activity is expected to provide students or cadets an intensive practice in listening and writing. The last provided activity in this module is Speak Their Work. Here, the students are assigned to present the results of the second activity, which is making up question and answer with their pair.
The point in the video are the definition of ESP, how to develop a questionnaire that we will give to respondent, how to find respondent from Marianne, and analysis. And the last one, describe one of selected module. And the next one is from Classy.
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Abia Nisrina and I'm from 7C. And today I will gladly present all the attendances of the video that we have been made with our hearts and hard work. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is the video of ESP about English for railway transportation. Please watch it. Thank you.
Wabarakatuh. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most merciful and the most beneficial, who has given us His blessing and His gift, so all the preparation of this webinar can be completed. Salawat and salam intended to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the great human being on earth, and also has been an enormous inspiration to his family, to his friends, and to his followers. Here, my name is Amana Arshi as the moderator of 7C. I'm going to introduce you to the 7 model which focus on English for railway station that has created by our class. First, English for train attendant. Second, English for train conductor. Third, English for train dispatcher. Fourth, English for dispatch supervisor. Fifth, English for station master. Sixth, English for mechanical engineering. Seventh, English for signaler. Ladies and gentlemen, in this video, there will be 5 presenters who will explain the process of making the model. They are Nadia Agustina, Rani Ayu Latifah, Nurbani, Bella Mutiara, and Anita Berliana. In addition, this video was made under the guidance of our lecturer from English Specific Purposes, Miss Leora, and also Language Service, Miss Mursida. Without further ado, let's listen to the presenter's explanation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nadia Agustina, and now I will explain you about what is ESP. So, Hutchinson and Water said that ESP is an approach to language teaching in which all decisions, and as the content and method, are based on the learner's reason for learning. And Dudley Evans and St. John said that there are 3 characteristics of ESP. First, ESP is defined to meet specific needs of the learners. Second, ESP makes use of underlying methodology and activities of the discipline itself. And the last is ESP is centered on the language appropriate to these activities in terms of grammar, lexis, register, study skills, and discourse. That's all from me.
Hi, I'm Rani Ayu Latifah, and I'd like to explain about how to make a questionnaire. In fact, creating an effective questionnaire is quite complicated because it takes such a long process. Shortly, we can say that a questionnaire is a research instrument consisting of a series of questions for the purpose of gathering information from respondents. Here, I'll share the strategy points of creating and distributing the questionnaire. Before heading to the making of the questionnaire, we must design the questionnaire first, then you can create a questionnaire. After that, it could be distributed. The first point in designing a questionnaire is determine the purpose of the questionnaire. Like you need to identify the goal of your questionnaire, such as like what the data or the information that you want to collect from the questionnaire. Then you can choose the question types that you need for your respondents. After that, you can develop questions on the questionnaire that must be clear because this will allow you to get more accurate answers from the respondents. The next point and the most important is you must ensure to protect the privacy data of your respondents. Then, in create and write a questionnaire, you need to introduce yourself first and explain the purpose of your questionnaire. Don't forget to mention the name of your educational institution or your company. And reveal the purpose of the data collection. It's like you need to be honest with the respondent about what will happen with the data that you collect. After that, make sure that your questionnaire looks professional and organized to earn respondents' trust. And after that, before you distribute your questionnaire to your respondents, you should test your questionnaire first. Like, you can do the double check and be prepared to revise it if necessary. Then you could distribute your questionnaire. You can choose to distribute it via online or offline. And the last point is you need to include a deadline that must be reasonable. And you could ask your respondents to complete and return the questionnaire by a certain date. So you have a time to analyze the data. That's all my explanation about how to make a questionnaire.
Hello, I'm Nurbani, and now I want to tell how to gain the respondent. There are three ways to find the respondent. The first is a official letter, second is a using website, and the last is a by a relation. And in the official letter, first of all, we should create a cover letter from our university, and then we submitted our letter and our rapid test result to a head of human resource, and then they give me permission, and then we can meet with our respondent. And the second is using website, so we can search our respondent in internet or our social media such as Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. And the last is by relation, so we can find our respondent from our friends or our family's close friends. So after we distributing our questionnaire to our respondent and getting our respondents' answers, we analyze them. We analyze our respondents' answers. And from our respondent answers, we analyze 3 points that are necessities, lack, and wants. So the first point is necessities. The necessities for our respondent, which are train officer, especially train dispatcher, that are regulating the train traffic, and then communicating with colleagues such as machinists, technician, electrician, and master station. And then for signaler, there are pointing calling using application or software, and then operating signal box, and then communicating with foreign colleagues. So for the second point, that is lack, the lack of our respondents in using English, there are the limitation of vocabulary knowledge, and then the fluency in speaking English. So for the next is the wants of our respondents on this ESP course. They are enriching their vocabulary knowledge, and then fluent in speaking English, and then doing their job description more professionals. So after we analyze those 3 points, we create activities that support their job that support our respondents to do their job description more professionals. And then we create at least 3 activities for our respondents that are train officers.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So my name is Anita Berliana. I'm a student of 7C from English Education Study Program. Today I'm going to presenting about the modules from ESP activities. So the modules is here. The modules is about dispatch supervisor. What is dispatch supervisor? Dispatch supervisor or SIMTAL is a railway drive electronic system. So here we create 10 questions and we look for 9 respondents, and we got the respondents from dispatch supervisor Bogor Resort. And then from the answer from the respondent, we choose 3 skills that we think the dispatch supervisor needs. The first is reading, the second is speaking, and the third is listening. So from these skills, we create 9 activities, and here are the activities. Okay, from the activities, so these all our modules, and then for another modules, I want to show you here. I think that's all from me, and thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, attendants, for the attention to the video. So here I will share you about the summarization from the videos. First is the definition and characteristic of ESP. Second, the process of making the questionnaire. Third, the process of finding the respondents. Fourth, analyze the answer. Fifth, making model includes from 4 skills kinds of activities. Thank you so much for your attention. Now it's time for Q&A. Please write your questions on your answer or on your chat box. Thank you so much.
Okay, all the videos are played. Now it's the time for audience. If you have question to each group from group A, B, and C about all journey of making the ESP model, you may either type it on the chat box or directly say the questions by using the features of raising hand first. Okay. Is there any questions? Let's see. Anyone? Students are allowed to ask the questions. Okay, I think there's no question at all.
Okay, Edwin, probably because the explanation from the speakers have been very clear, yeah, and also your video are very resourceful. So it seems like participants have already understood about how to develop materials,
Yeah,
and
I
so
think so.
nobody asked questions, or yeah.
Okay.
Anyone who would like to ask questions? Okay, okay then. Edwin, Sabila, and also yeah, all other students. Thank you very much for these very interesting videos. Yeah, I believe that the videos help our participants to understand more on material development. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, finally we are at the end of the event. But before that, I would like to remind you again to fill out the link of attendance list, and later on there will be also another link for your certificate. I mean, to get your certificate, you have to fill out another link, which is the exit ticket. It is called exit ticket. It contains our survey, and also we would like to know your response for our event today. Okay, so Alhamdulillah, thank you very much for the participation. We look forward to seeing you in the next event. And as Bu Ati has told you, that probably we will have another event on material development, but it will be more engaging. Yeah, it is also still part of our community service. So stay in the WhatsApp group. Yeah, do not leave first, because we will update you with our videos. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Stay healthy and stay happy.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Sampai ketemu lagi nanti. Lain waktu.
And for the alumni, we are going to have meetings with alumni. Yeah. Okay.
Bye-bye.
So I will end up this meeting for everyone. Sudah cukup dada-dadanya.
Terima kasih Bu Liani.
Ya,
silakan yang mau.
Insya Allah nanti ini ya.
Nah, nanti ketemuan di darat ya. Oke.
Kopi darat. Oke.
Makasih, saya leave dulu ya.
Dadah. Thank you very much. Bye.
Nunung, terima kasih.
Oli, sehat Pak.
Masih Lia, masih Ati, masih.
Alhamdulillah.
Asa benten saur Bu Isti cenah.
Nyaman
Tenas
Pak
benten
Oli.
soalnya lamit pendak benten.
Alhamdulillah.
Benten rada ieu cenah pangling. Tur nuhun Poli.
Sang ya turun, mangga pamit. Assalamualaikum.
Mangga.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Ya, Bapak Ibu silakan meeting masih terbuka barangkali ada yang belum mengisi daftar hadir tadi dan juga exit tiketnya. Mungkin Bu Isti dibuka dulu sebentar ya linknya. Khawatir ada yang tertinggal ya. Thank you. Bu Ati nuhun Bu Ati.
Sami-sami,
Ya,
izin live
semuanya
ya.
panitia ya peserta juga Bapak Ibu. Have a good day.
Bapak Ibu ingin mengingatkan yang belum mengisi exit tiket webinar itu segera diisi ya, karena nanti akan otomatis ketika Bapak Ibu sudah mengisi exit tiket webinar, maka sertifikat akan terkirim ke email Bapak Ibu yang terdaftar.
Ya Mbak, thank you very much. Enak.
Anak, udah semua kan, Neng? Some of the participants have already left the meeting.
Untuk yang sudah mengisi exit tiket boleh untuk meninggalkan Zoom
May
meeting.
leave actually. Bapak izin leave duluan ya.
Ya,
Karena
Pak.
mau ada dulu. Oke, thank you everyone. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, I filled the exit ticket webinar. Thank you very much. Jazakumullah khairan kasir untuk ilmunya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izin live.
Waalaikumsalam, Bapak. Terima kasih.
Wabarakatuh.
Sama Bu.